Good afternoon, those who are in the boardroom and those who may be viewing us virtually. I'd like to call to order the Tuesday, March 12th, 2024 Board of Education regular board meeting. Are there any requests to speak on closed items? No requests to speak. We will now adjourn to closed session. Thank you. Good evening. Good evening in the boardroom and those who are watching us virtually. Thank you for your patience as we get our meeting started. Welcome to the March 12th Santa Barbara Unified Board of Trustees meeting. And now we will move to language access.
Thank you. In order to provide language access, we have interpretation into Spanish and into ASL. In order to see the ASL interpretation, you can log into Zoom. Buenas tardes, tenemos interpretación al español y si les gustaría escuchar la presentación en español, tenemos audífonos aquí en la sala del consejo y también por medio de Zoom. Gracias. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Maldonado, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise and face the flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. There is no action to report from closed session, so we will move to the student board member report. Anastasia, welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Last week, we took the Panorama survey for the second time, and we answered questions about how we're feeling towards our school and the school climate. And I'm planning to review the information with the students at the Superintendent Student Advisory Council and to see how this data compares from last time. And at the school site councils, which involve the principal, elected parents, teachers, and students, we're reviewing the school plan for student achievement, which involves spending our funds on effective school programs, including Innovate, AVID, and additional counselors, and more. And then finally, we are preparing for senior activities, including prom, grad night, and graduation, and getting that information out to all the seniors. And that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you, Anastasia. Then we're going to pause for a minute. We have some technical difficulties. Okay, so we're going to get us up on camera so we can see. Okay, so looks like we're back on. Again, thank you for your patience. So let's get this meeting started. We will now move to the superintendent, or restart it, to the superintendent's report. Dr. Maldonado, please.
Good evening, board members, teachers, staff, and cabinet who are here tonight and online. Tonight's meeting is a difficult one for many in our district and certainly for us as leaders too. We have had to make hard decisions regarding staffing and budgeting as we prepare for the 24-25 school year. Bringing forward reduction in force notifications during the budget building process requires a delicate balance, one that considers both fiscal responsibility and the human element. We must acknowledge the emotional toll that uncertainty can impose on our staff members and their families. It's a reality that weighs heavily on the hearts and minds of many, and of those who have dedicated themselves to this district and this community, and it's not unrecognized. The reduction in force notification is first and foremost governed by state law notification requirements. In SB Unified, the factors that also prompt this need are the expiration of one-time funds, the current development of a brand new 3-year local control accountability plan known as the LCAP, declining enrollment, the governor's proposed budget, which is still being negotiated and will be decided until May, and the uncertainty around the final costs and impact of labor negotiation proposals. While this is being spurred by our financial situation, we're also using this to ensure that every budgetary decision is guided by a deep understanding of our students' needs and a commitment to their success. Additionally, it is essential to note that the notices given now are not a final decision. I'm going to repeat that. The notices given now are not a final decision. We have a requirement by state law, as I stated already, to give precautionary notice to employees on March 15th. Although it is certainly good to give people warning, it is also difficult timing because we are forecasting reductions in force long before even knowing what our revenues or expenses will be like. By focusing our efforts on the students' needs, we can navigate through these difficult decisions with clarity and purpose. While the road ahead may be challenging, I am confident that by staying true to our values and focusing on what truly matters, the success and well-being of our students and staff, we will emerge stronger and more resilient as an educational community. Let us approach these decisions with compassion, empathy, and a steadfast dedication to our students' future. I'm going to switch topics now to another serious topic, which is the mandated reporter training. We're in the process of having all of our staff complete a new additional mandated reporter training this month. As educators and caretakers, it is our responsibility to ensure the safety and well-being of all our students in our care. Child sexual abuse is a pervasive issue that affects too many children, and we are trusted with ensuring that we recognize, respond, and report if suspicions arise. By completing this training, all staff will be better equipped with the necessary tools and knowledge to fulfill this duty expeditiously. At Santa Barbara Unified, we firmly stand against any acts of abuse against children, and when we know better, we must do better. Santa Barbara Unified is joining districts across the county in aligning our language around protocols for emergency communications like lockdown. That term is not changing. However, we do want to introduce the 5 protocols that we are aligning to with all other school districts in our county, our fire department, our police department, and all our emergency services, so that we're all clear when things happen in schools, what is being communicated. You can see from this poster here that the protocols are hold, secure, lockdown, evacuate, and shelter. The most significant change is lockout to now being called secure. So many in our school district will be receiving communications on this change. I believe most staff might be used to being it called a lockout. It's now called secure. This means learning will continue, but doors are locked and no one is allowed in or out of buildings due to an off-campus incident that does not pose any immediate safety threat to the school. As I said, more information will be shared with our families and staff in the coming days and weeks. I will end now with our Every Child Award. As always, we want to highlight the great work that many of our employees are doing. You guys are ahead of me here. Santa Barbara High School, Sherry Bryan, the amazing librarian. She has transformed the library into a vibrant and dynamic area on the campus. There are no signs of shushing and to be quiet. Instead, it's a safe place where students thrive and model what it is like to be excited about being in school, getting help for your studies, and being a good student. Congratulations to Sherry, and thank you. From Dos Pueblos High School, Doug Haynes and John Dent. John and Doug continue to emphasize giving an ever-increasingly diverse collection of students the opportunity to be involved in our daily news program, DP News. Having anchors in front of the camera that reflect our student bodies' ethnic, cultural, political, and gender diversity sends a powerful message about the school not simply including all voices, but truly giving them a sense of ownership and belonging, which is one of our biggest values in Santa Barbara Unified. Thank you, John and Doug. From our special ed department, our family engagement liaison, who I believe is here tonight, Frankie, can wave. Frankie Viveros is a beacon of support and guidance as the special education family liaison. With a kind demeanor and ever-present smile, Frankie establishes a foundation of trust with families, ensuring they feel supported and understood. His bilingual abilities further extend his reach, enabling effective communication with our Spanish-speaking families. Thank you, Frankie. Ooh, I'm skipping one. From Goleta Valley Junior High, Devin Nelson. Devin is an amazing music teacher. However, she's far more than a music teacher. Devin built a space in her classroom where all students feel truly valued and appreciated for who they are. Many students who are looking for a place to connect at school find that place in Devin's classroom. And I see she has a beautiful pet. From San Marcos High School, Ale Gutierrez. as the EML lead or Emergent Multilingual lead. Alex works very closely with students to ensure their success. He takes students on field trips, works with students to be successful on their LPAC, which you guys already know what it is now, and provides a supportive presence for students. In addition, he coordinates an extremely well-received engagement and education program for the families of our newcomer students. Thank you, Alex. At Franklin Elementary, Mario Mo Trejo Acosta. Mo is one of our amazing playground supervisors. He loves being outside, playing organized sports with our students. He coaches all the kids to do their best and teaches them the art of sportsmanship. We can always find Mo at Franklin, weekdays and weekends, helping students, building stronger relationships with our students, and strengthening the Franklin community. From La Cumbre Junior High, Neil Dreste. I hope I pronounced his last name correct, Neil. Building relationships is at the heart of everything we do, and Neil has set a shining example as the Intervention Center assistant. He demonstrates an exceptional ability to connect with students on a personal level in our Lancer Center, creating an emotionally safe and nurturing space where students feel connected and a sense of belonging. Thank you, Neil. And we're going to close off from McKinley Elementary, Carla Franco. Miss Carla is always so engaging and willing to help every student or staff member around her. She radiates positivity, patience, and kindness to everyone around her, and we are so incredibly grateful to have her at McKinley. Board members, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado, and thank you for all of those for the hard work they're doing and being appreciated by your peers. So thank you and congratulations. So now we will move to the public comment. Mr. Escobedo.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's good to see you all. I want to thank you for being here. As I've stated before, I really look forward to hearing from you, and it's really important. We have 37 public commenters tonight for items not on today's agenda, so just a friendly reminder, 90 seconds for each public commenter. There's a clock to your right up above the door, and then there's also lights at the podium. They'll turn yellow when there's 20 seconds left. If folks keep going over, I might give you a 20-second gentle reminder. We're here to listen, and so we can't respond to public comments in the moment, but thank you all for being here. So we're going to start with the virtual public commenters, and we have 4 of those, and then we will jump into in-person public comment. So first we have Lindsay Vining, followed by Zachary Lotz, followed by Shannon Curtis.
Hello, can you hear me?
It's a
Hello?
little low.
Hello?
1 second. Try again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. Last time I spoke with you, I talked a little bit about the revenues coming in for Santa Barbara Unified and how we are a community-funded, community-supported basic aid district. And looking at some of the past years, it looks like the district has a history of estimating revenues as declining or flat when over the past quite a few years, they've shown that they're increasing each year. And so when we're overly conservative, I understand, you want to be conservative with your money. You don't want to overspend. But the ending balance is going up. We're being a little overly conservative, I would say. At the end of last year, we had 53 million, I think, as the ending balance, the highest it's ever been in 9 years, maybe even more than that. But from what I could see, definitely in the last 9 years. And when we're overly conservative and we're cutting and we're trying to not spend the money, it does hurt the students because you do need to pay for programs for students. And so I think it's hurting your credibility during negotiations. I think it's hurting the students. It's certainly hurting the staff that you employ as an employer. And I would just like to point out that being more accurate at estimating your revenues would really go a long way to build trust with your staff, the community, the parents, the students, to show that you guys know what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Zachary Lotz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Zachary Lotz. I teach science at Santa Barbara High. I would like to propose that the district consider reprioritizing its budget to be student-centered and replace some of the planned layoffs with a reduction in the district administrative org chart, specifically looking at the chief operating officer position. This position was created in July of 2021 with a salary over $200,000, and the job description closely mirrored the superintendent's job description. A Newshawk article on the position's creation was titled, quote, COVID-19 key focus of new Santa Barbara School District Chief Operating Officer, end quote. Referring to the superintendent's decision to create the position, this article said, quote, Maldonado pointed to the COVID-19 crisis as the catalyst behind the COO job's creation, end quote. Given that the district's rationale for layoffs is the expiration of one-time COVID funds, I think cutting the COO position would therefore be reasonable. It would be a good deal, losing one district administrative position, and in exchange being able to afford 2 or possibly even 3 new teacher, counselor, school psychologist, or paraeducator positions. These are the trusted adults on campus for many of our students. This decision would also show that the district is truthful when it claims to be student-centered. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next, we have Shannon Curtis, followed by Whitney Alegria.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, school board members and cabinet. My name is Shannon Curtis. I'm the teacher librarian at La Cumbre Junior High School. Thank you for listening to all of our comments. We understand the difficult decisions that must be made regarding budget allocations and cost-saving measures. However, we asked you to consider the critical importance of maintaining positions that directly impact students, such as teachers, counselors, and paraprofessionals. These individuals play indispensable roles in the educational and emotional development of our students. I think we can all agree that teachers are the backbone of this district. They educate, inspire, and empower students every day, serving as mentors, role models, and so much more. Counselors advocate for both students' academic success and well-being. They provide crucial support in addressing mental health concerns, offering a safe space for students, as well as access to resources for support and intervention. Paraprofessionals work tirelessly alongside teachers to provide support to students and help create inclusive and supporting learning environments. Cutting positions that directly affect students jeopardizes the quality of education and support our students receive. As stewards of our community's educational resources, we urge you to consider the long-term implications of any proposed cuts and to explore alternative solutions that preserve the vital roles of teachers, counselors, and paraprofessionals in our schools. Our students deserve nothing less than the highest quality education and support, and it is imperative that we prioritize their needs above all else. Thank you for your attention to this matter and for your commitment to the welfare and success of our students.
Thank you. Our last virtual public commenter is Whitney Alegria.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, my name is Whitney Alegria. I am the language and literacy coach at Washington Elementary School, but I'm also a new mom. And so I am currently breastfeeding my 6-month-old son while I'm virtually calling in because this matters so much to me and my community. Childcare is a real problem, and being a brand new mom and trying to work a full-time job has been really, really challenging. Our students definitely deserve more, and you can do that by taking care of our educators. Between the years 2020 and 2023, personally, I have experienced the loss of 5 colleagues and friends just in my small sphere at Santa Barbara Unified School District. And instead of us just saying, teachers are coming and going and we're losing more and more teachers, I want to give the names of those teachers right now. We lost Miss Betsy, a 5th grade teacher. We lost Miss Sloan. We lost Giselle. We lost Cynthia, and we lost Kayla. And they are now currently teaching in other districts in California and some in other states. But I miss them dearly, and we're going to keep losing strong, young educators who want to start a family because they can't afford to live here. Thank you so much, and please, the students deserve more. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move into public comment for in-person public commenters. I'm going to name the first three. If folks can queue up. If you're in the back, feel free to walk. You don't have to run up. First up is Kate Lambert, followed by Becca Wrench, followed by Ralph Armbruster. Welcome.
Thank you. One thing I'd love to point out is that there's a cut to 18 bilingual paraeducators. That is a ridiculous cut for us to make. The board has been receiving emails from our members that share this data with them. The reason we want to make sure it's shared with them is because sometimes you guys don't get stuff straight from SBTA. You only get it from the other side of the table. So we wanted to make sure we shared these, that the reserves are growing. Upside down. Very clear charts that really help us see what the trends are and that we can trust in those trends. And then one of my favorites is other districts are doing it, why can't we? So you can see us at the end, we're in the red, okay, and these districts were chosen because they have similar numbers to ours so that we could actually compare to people that we should be compared to. I also want to say that counselors, caseloads are higher than the recommended 250-to-1 ratio from American School Counselor Association. We need more counselors, not less. You have listed reductions in staffing for 2.2 counselor positions district-wide, but this hides the real impact for our counseling for our students. In addition to those permanent position reductions, the district is requesting to end 8 temporary positions. You have been funding counselors with one-time ESSER funds, Natalie and Alyssa at DP, Elizabeth, Francisco, Ariel at SBHS, Rocio at La Cumbre, and Austin at La Colina. Inexplicably, you are also looking to cut temporary positions funded by the general fund. Gerardo at La Cumbre. Just looking at SBHS with 8 counselors in the counseling office, the SBHS counselor ratio is 263-to-1, which is over the recommendation already. But if you cut us down, it will be 421-to-1. Can you imagine counselors not being able to provide the same level of service because you are adding 158 kids to their caseload? This is not student-centered approach to budgeting. We are not disposable.
Thank you, Ms. Lambert. Next, we have Becca Wrench, followed by Ralph Armbruster, followed by Sky Armbruster. Welcome.
Hi. Board members, by now you have likely reviewed the emails that you have been sent by the STA members, and you actually just saw some of the information that was shared with you. The financial breakdown we have shared with you shows our asks are more than doable while maintaining financial stability for the district. And furthermore, they're doable without letting go so many of the certificated staff and positions you are set to vote on tonight. I just would like to remind the school board that just because an item is on the action agenda, it doesn't mean you have to vote yes on it. You have an opportunity to vote no on things that you value. I would hope that you show your constituents and your staff that you're truly vested in the best interests of the students and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ralph Armbruster, followed by Sky Armbruster. Welcome.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure and honor to be here tonight. My name is Ralph Armbruster Sandoval. I'm a professor in the Department of Chicano and Chicano Studies at UCSB, community member for the last 25 years. Have a lot of respect for you all, especially Board President Sims Moten, who I've interacted with in different venues over the years in Santa Barbara. A lot of respect. I guess what I want to say tonight to you all is that I'm, in addition to being a professor and also somebody who studies labor issues, I'm just a proud dad. I'm a proud parent because my kids have gone through SB Unified, through Hollister, through La Colina, and through Dos Pueblos High School. My daughter Sol graduated last year. She's a Long Beach State freshman this year and doing well. My son Sky is going to come after me and probably speak much better than I am right now. But, and I'm really proud of them. And I'm proud because of the values that we've set at home. We're a proud pro-union family as well. My dad, my stepmom, we've got a lot of union people in our household. And unions are, like any other institution, trying to do the best thing they can. Better wages, better working conditions. So I'm just The people that have really shaped my kids, though, Soul and Sky, have been their teachers. Their teachers at Hollister, La Colina, and DP. Ethnic studies teachers, math teachers, counselors as well, coaches, track and cross country and water polo. All those guys, all those folks basically are doing so much with very little. When the kids were little, when they were small, when I helped out at Hollister, when I was just in there for about an hour or two each day, I was like, they can't pay these people enough money. You guys have the power in your hand. We're at an impasse right now. Please, I'm kind of like begging you. The community needs you guys and everybody to solve this impasse. The teachers are not going to give up, you know. The students aren't either. The high school students, the junior high students. Just,
Thank you.
I know you guys could do this.
Thank you for your public comment. Next, we have Sky Armbruster, followed by Finnegan Wright, followed by Rogue Lindsay. Welcome.
Board members, superintendent, district admin and staff, my fellow students, and especially the public. I fear the worst. Today I witnessed many cheerful faces on my teachers, and I also want to say not just my teachers, but my counselors and cafeteria workers and all the other certified staff too. Alyssa Huffschmid is my own counselor, who I have had incredible experiences with, and you are planning to cut her. I urge you, please, do not. You see, and although these people had cheerful, happy faces today, inside, I perceived only their conflicted, hollow, broken spirits, caught between their tremendous selfless love of their students and their need to provide for themselves and also their families. These superheroes still somehow find the energy which was robbed from them to bring about the best classroom experience possible. Yet all their cries have been in vain. We have sat here for months with no progress made. I know you all are good people. I believe your words come from a good place in your heart, that as much as it doesn't feel like it to us, you do care for teachers and students. You see, it takes a certain kind of person to strive for good, but it takes an even greater type of person to back up those kind words with even kinder actions.
If you could wrap up.
Take this jacket that I'm wearing, for instance. Quite a lot of people can go around wearing one of those, as you all see here. You might have an elevated opinion of them, that they are
Mr.
civil
Armbruster,
and
your time is
sophisticated. And for some of these people, they might even go home and take off their jacket, and they still might be the same person. It's time to take off the jacket and show us the good, pure people you are underneath, just like the white of this shirt. Show us you are the people of actions who strive towards equality and justice, because I know you are.
Thank you for your public comment.
And if you aren't, then based on all your past inactions, I can only plead to the public that I see here to not just take pity on us and the teachers, but to see the injustice taking place. And if that doesn't work, then I can only plead to God that a new group of good people who believes our teachers can be paid more walks in here and does just that.
Thank you.
Yet I still pray that you all who are good people does just that. Does what I said the very first time I ever walked in here.
Thank you for your
Pay our
public comment.
teachers not just what they deserve, but what is necessary.
Thank you. Folks, if possible, if we could stick to the 90 seconds. We have Finnegan Wright next, followed by Rogue Lindsay, followed by Andrew Southard. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Finnegan Wright. I've been here before. I come a bit less prepared than I usually am because I wanted to tell a story. So, as might be unsurprising, I intend to go into politics in the future. But another interest I have in my life is physics. I have been engrossed by mathematics for all of my life, and when I started learning that there's a way you can use mathematics to explain the universe, I was enthralled. And so going through my elementary years, my junior high years, I was looking forward to high school, looking forward to learning about physics directly in high school. And when I got to high school, I did just that with a brilliant teacher named Miss Miller. Miss Miller, I took her AP Physics 1 class in the first term of my freshman year, and then her AP Physics 2 class in the second term. And my love was solidified. I could tell that this is something that I wanted to do for the rest of my life in whatever way I could. Even if I went into politics, I'd want to have that as part of my being forever. Miss Miller, the year after that, left the district. Not because of family issues, not because of anything related to that, but because she was being overworked and underpaid. So I don't tell this story as like a sort of like incredible syndrome moment where I this happened and then I look at the district and I'm like, oh, I got to tear down the poster. You know, it's not that. I tell the story because this was a loss. And every time I come to these board meetings, I think about losses like these, about the students just like me who are going to come into Dos Pueblos in the future and not have such a brilliant teacher there to foster their love of this subject. So these negotiations, they're about all the loss that's come behind us and all the loss that we can prevent in the future. So please pay our teachers so that we don't lose so many more talented, beautiful, wonderful educators.
Thank you for your public comment. Rogue Lindsay, followed by Andrew Southard, followed by Joel Block. Welcome.
Hello again. I'm sure there were some people who noticed that I wasn't here 2 weeks ago, and that was because I was babysitting my younger brother. And this younger brother is only 2, and he has yet to get into the SB Unified. But the day that he does, I'm wondering what it'll be like for him. We, all of my friends / colleagues, I guess, I don't know, have talked about losing teachers. I have yet to experience that because I haven't been here long enough. And I hope that I'm not here long enough to lose the amazing teachers that have already made such an impact on me. In the I haven't even been here 6 months. And I already feel like my life has changed significantly because of them. And I want my brother to be able to experience that. I want my brother to be able to experience the love and community that comes from not just Dos Pueblos, but other high schools. He deserves to have teachers who are passionate and who love to teach and who like care about him. And underpaying you'll just get teachers who do the bare minimum, which is also a lot. It is also a lot. It's a lot. Taking care of so many students is a lot. But these teachers that we have now are nurturing. They nurture students. They nurture just the community in general. Without them, this district could not exist. And I saw the negotiations and that it didn't go anywhere. And I would just like to point out that the longer these go on and the less that and the more that there's no agreement, the more it just shows that the district is not planning to meet the demands of the union.
Thank you for your public comment.
And I hope that you know that is going to get a lot of people really upset because these teachers work tirelessly. They work tirelessly and endlessly for a system that is not grateful to them, and they should be more grateful.
Thank you for your public comment. So next we have Andrew Southard, followed by Joel Block. And I'm going to start giving folks just a gentle 20-second reminder. Welcome.
Hello, my fellow humans. I do genuinely see you as humans, and I've thought about each of you specifically and tried to understand and empathize with you. And seeing as I don't know a whole lot about you, I haven't had a lot of success with that. But I have some idea of who you are. You're clearly people that care about education in our community, seeing as you have this job. If you didn't care about education in our community, you wouldn't have this job. But last week I was up here and I used the word escalation. And you sent some of your people to ask me what I meant by that. According to my web browser, escalation means an increase in the intensity or seriousness of something. Escalation in the case of a labor union typically means telling the people in charge what's wrong, asking them to change it, and then taking measures such as walkouts or strikes to make them feel that they need to change it. And strikes are usually the last measure taken because they usually work. You can't really do a whole lot about a strike other than give in to the demands of the strike. But your people ask me what I plan to do. I don't have to do anything because this isn't an issue that I care about. It's an issue that every person here, or at least the vast majority of them, care about. I'm going to go to school tomorrow and at least 5 or 6 people are going to say, hey, I saw you last night. Good job. Right on. It happens every day. Well, not every day after a board meeting. Even today, I went to talk to one of my math teachers from last year, and she said, yeah, I saw your talk. It was good. So it's not about what I do. It's about what we as a community will do.
Thank you.
I'm not here for a lot longer, but
thank you for your public
underpaying
comment.
teachers isn't going to be here for a lot longer one way or the other. So you can give us a whole lot of headache by drawing it out for as long as you can, or you can try to do it as fast and efficiently as possible. But know that if you send your people after us, if you give us less time, if you thank us repeatedly, we will never be silent. We will tell you what we feel that you need to know or what we feel that you are not listening to.
Thank you.
Thank you, too. Thank you, Gabe.
Next.
And if any of that was unclear, please pull me out of school again. I'd love to talk to any of you one-on-one. If anything I say was at all unclear.
Thank you.
I have a free third period. You know where to find me.
Thank you. Next, we have Joel Block, followed by Hector M., followed by Pascual Cerda, and followed by Jose. Welcome, Mr. Block.
Good evening. Trust is an essential component of any relationship. When trust exists, errors in judgment are forgiven because the parties believe in the good intent of each other. When trust does not exist, every action takes on a sinister meaning. The teachers in our union do not trust the district because of past actions by district personnel, and everything the district does is seen as a way to weaken the union and assert control over teachers. An example of this is the reduction in force. Despite the fact that the district maintains a reserve well over both state and district requirements, despite the fact that since 2017-18, total district revenue has increased by an average of 9% per year, property tax revenue by over 6% per year, and despite the fact that Governor Newsom does not intend to reduce education funding, teacher salaries have increased on average less than 4% per year in that same period. The district response? Reduction in force of certificated and classified personnel without any statement of reduction in district administrative personnel. Among the reasons given by the district is the governor's budget, which, as Ms. Maldonado's mentioned, is not finalized, and labor negotiations. Because of the lack of trust, teachers see the reasons given as a way to try and weaken the resolve of the teachers. It has and will continue to have the opposite effect. We will continue to fight even more strongly. I urge you to vote against the reduction in force proposal.
Thank you for your public comment. Next, we have Hector M., followed by Pascual Cerda, followed by Jose. Welcome.
Hi. My concern for the current situation that happened at Dos Pueblos, I feel like it wasn't reasonable. I feel like it could have all been prevented. I feel like it's not reasonable to take kids from one neighborhood.
I'm sorry, one second. Is the mic on?
Oh, no. Yeah? Do I start over? Or?
Yeah, you can start over.
So my concern for the situation that happened at my school, I feel like it's it could have been prevented. It's not reasonable to take kids from one neighborhood and put them in a school where it's like full of rival people. I feel like it's like taking a sheep and putting them in a school full of lions. It disrupts the peace and it creates an unsafe place. Me and my peers were doing good, and these kids come and they're like, they start stuff and and like it just disrupts everything.
Thank you.
Something that got me really mad about that situation was that my friend got put on handcuffs by 6 officers, and I feel like it's unfair because he's a kid.
Thank you.
None of our friends were in that fight but one. The rest of the students got suspended for the rest of the week. I had to go home to tell my mom that I wasn't there to start any problems. I was just there for my friends. There were 6 cop cars that had pulled up for one student. Why? One student. There were many campus security teachers for one student. And then, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you all for your public comment. Next up, we have Jorge Cefantes, followed by Leslie Ayala, followed by Kelly Sano. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello. My name is Jorge Cefantes, and I'm a 8th year biology and chemistry teacher at San Marcos High School. Recruiting and retaining excellent teachers, counselors, and paraeducators is essential to student success. With that in mind, I wanted to provide a quick comparison. An entry-level police officer working for Santa Barbara City can expect to earn between $103,000 and $120,000 per year. An entry-level nurse, around $100,000. An entry-level firefighter, around $90,000. This base pay for a first-year service provider is more than a teacher can ever expect to earn, or close to what they can expect to earn after 30 years of service and hours of postgraduate work. Keep in mind that this is before earning overtime, which we educators do not earn despite often working hours well above and beyond our contract. The best our teachers can ever hope to do is to match what these other public service providers earn in their first year. When I share this with my friends and family, they say to me, well, why don't you go ahead and move to a higher paying district or change careers? I wonder that sometimes too. Droves of other teachers have wondered that as well, and they've left this district. Santa Barbara as a community has shown that it values these services and that it prioritizes public safety and public health. In the midst of a national teacher shortage, I strongly encourage the board and the district to do the same with public education. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Leslie Ayala, followed by Kelly Sano, followed by Kelly Mendesh. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone.
I'm sorry, 1 second. We're experiencing technical difficulties. Are we good? Okay. Okay, sorry about that.
Okay.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone. I stand before you guys today feeling heavy in heart and sad, recognizing the challenging decisions that lie ahead regarding potential layoffs and reductions in force within our school district. The teachers and paraeducators and other support staff are the heartbeat of our schools, dedicating their time, expertise, and passion to shape the future of our children. In considering any reduction in force, the board must prioritize the retention of these educators who have not only dedicated their careers to the betterment of our students, but have also become pillars of support in their lives. It is incumbent upon the board, the stewards of our community education, to reorganize the budget in a manner that protects these vital components of the academic environment. Rather than viewing layoffs as a quick fix, the board can explore alternative solutions that minimize the impact on our educators and, by extension, our students. A comprehensive review of the budget and making cuts that are far from the classroom is the best solution. In times of adversity, you, the board, have an opportunity to showcase your resilience and commitment to the values that you defined as a board. You can be remembered as a school board that, when faced with tough decisions, prioritize the retention of educators protected the quality of our children's education, and upheld the
20
trust
seconds.
placed in you by the community you serve. I urge you to consider the impact on our students if you choose to approve the reduction in force and that the district is proposing this evening. Please vote no. Thank you for your time and consideration. I hope you will navigate these challenges with courage, compassion, and a shared commitment to the future of our students by retaining teachers, educators, counselors, and other support staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kelly Sano, followed by Kelly Mendesh, and followed by Marina Torres Gross. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Kelly Savio, a teacher at DP. Thank you for the constructive feedback you offered at the last board meeting. I listened from the back room and saw the truth in much of what you had to say. However, one part that felt placating and perhaps disingenuous was when teachers heard how much the board cares about us. Your actions seem to ignore our voices and ignore top-down mistakes that are negatively impacting students. But I believe we can fix this apparent breakdown in communication. I'd encourage board members to start meeting with certificated staff. Have a cup of coffee with us. Let's discuss the source of current safety concerns on several of our campuses. Let's talk about where money is being spent in unhelpful ways. I'll be emailing each of you an invitation. But in case you don't take me up on it, I respectfully ask that you total all the funds you've approved in the last 4 years for special consultants, fancy PR firms, and many new administrator positions, and ask if that spending was really giving every child every chance every day. Please question whether future raises need to be extended to administrators who are the only people in our district paid a competitive wage. Please remind those administrators that it's their job to apply for new grants when old ones end. Please start from scratch with our budget and make direct services to students the top priority. This does not include pink slipping counselors and teachers of special education, Spanish, music, paraeducators. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kelly Mendesh, followed by Marina Torres Gross, and followed by Aaron Cavazos. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, school board members, district cabinet members, and our community. My name is Kelly Mendesh, and I've been teaching preschool for 26 years. I have taught preschool at Franklin, McKinley, and Adams. Currently, I'm teaching at Las Flores Preschool. It's a beautiful new school, corner of Bath and Haley. Come visit me sometime. We'd love to see you. Tonight, we would like to take a moment to highlight our early education and support program. Our program supports the very youngest children and some of the most underserved children in our community. Our infant toddler program supports district families, both high school parents and staff members, with high quality childcare and stimulating learning environments for children ages 0 to 3 in a full day program. Our state-funded preschools serve children ages 3 to 5 by providing high-quality and engaging learning experiences to low-income families and families of children with special needs during our 3-hour half-day programs. Our ECE program is often a family's first interaction with the school district. There are so many firsts in our rooms, which is what makes our work so fulfilling. Parents often have their very first experience of leaving their child in the care of non-family members. Some families are learning how to support a child with special needs for the very first time. For the first time, families are invited to begin their child's educational journey with us. From MOD Severe classrooms to inclusion preschool classrooms across the district, we support our students and their families. We are asking the board and the district negotiation team to support ECE programs as we welcome families into our district together.
Thank you. Next, we have Marina Torres Gross, followed by Aaron Cavazos, and followed by Doug Carmian.
Good evening. My name is Marina Torres Gross, and I have been teaching preschool for 3 years with the district, longer than that. Prior to that, I was teaching for 7 years with the after-school program. Currently, I'm a teacher at Franklin Children's Center. As per our state contract, we are required to welcome new students and families with a parent orientation before their child can even start school. On average, orientations run 30 minutes each and are conducted all year long as children enter our program. Historically, we have conducted the majority of these meetings on the teacher workday prior to the first day of school, or on our own time before our contract, being paid a lesser rate for those days. This also means that ECE teachers set up their classrooms on their own time before the contract starts without any pay at all. I don't know the last time you all visited an ECE classroom. There's a lot to setting up a language-rich environment that inspires young learners. Our preschool program offers 2 3-hour sessions with up to 16 children in each session, 32 students per teacher. We are also required to conduct parent conferences twice a year and attend IEP meetings without any release time whatsoever. Actually, due to our unique schedules, all of our meetings, including staff meetings and PLCs, are held during our prep time or cut into our lunch breaks. Specific non-negotiable needs of our program must be included in our contract. We are asking for additional days added to our contract so that we can properly prepare a welcoming educational environment and hold these orientations so that we can best support our families and their needs while being fairly compensated at the start of the school year.
Thank you for your public comment. Next, Aaron Cavazos, followed by Doug Carmian, followed by Rita Zegletti. Welcome.
Hi. Well, thank you. My name is Erin Cavazos, and I have been teaching preschool for 15 years with the district, and currently I work at Harding. As you've heard, our preschool program supports children with special needs. Some come to us with IEPs, others we refer after our first set of assessments in the fall. Using our mandated state assessment, DRDPs, we collect observations that help identify student needs as well as help teachers plan learning experiences throughout the school year. Just like all grade levels, a lot of planning and adapting is required for all of this, right? Unlike elementary, however, ECE programs do not have early release days. That's extremely hard to do when you have 2 3-hour sessions, right? It's very hard. However, we are expected to attend monthly staff meetings and PLC meetings outside of class time. Hold parent conferences twice a year. I have 30 students right now outside of class time. We attend IEP meetings outside of class time. And we continue to host those family orientations as students continue to enroll, you guessed it, out of class time. Thank you. This all takes away from our precious prep time. This school year, our inclusion classrooms average 4 students per session with IEPs, averaging 8 students with IEPs per teacher. Comparison, TK through first grade teachers at Harding range 1 to 3 total. We have twice as many. We just ask that the district administration, its negotiation team, that you get creative and help SBTA support the district's youngest students and support our ECE teachers. Feel free to stop by and visit us, see past those cute students. They are cute, but we have wonderful things happening in our learning environments. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Please correct me if I got your last name wrong. Welcome, Doug.
Hello. This also comes with an open invitation to job shadow me anytime you want at Santa Barbara High School, room 20, 31 years of teaching. As you remember from last board meeting, SBTA and the community came with open ears to listen and learn. No signs, no chance, just unity, total unity. SBTA and district teachers never feel heard, and the tensions at these board meetings is a product of SB Unified's continued mismanagement by the superintendent and cabinet. Board members, please stop rubber stamping expenditures, administrative conferences, and new management positions that don't go towards attracting and retaining qualified teachers. Did the board know that the keynote speaker on our last PD day was a repeat and at a staggering expense? On today's agenda, is the board really approving $5,500 for an all-day retreat facilitator, one person? We sit in circles and talk about hard topics in my classroom all the time. Will you approve on today's agenda $53,000 to train the MTSS and TOSAs about coaching for equity by Bright Morning Consulting Corporation? Leaders hire consultants to lead.
20 seconds.
Please say no. On November 14th, you approved DigiCoach software for almost $7,000 to help support learning walks. I can give you some note paper. And nothing quite stings like the $10,900 nesting tables upstairs in the conference room. You allow HR to pink slip counselors, SPED teachers, and other trusted adults based on negligent reserve policies. Yet on the 26th of September, you approve a program facilitator for a $170,000 salary. Please
Thank
say
you.
no. Say yes to your community. Say no to the administrators. Say yes to your community. Say no to the administrators.
Thank you for your public comment.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Rita Zagletti, followed by Deborah Reed, followed by Sarah Allers. Welcome.
Good evening. As an educator, I know that academic and behavioral issues with students can escalate when they aren't being watched or when there aren't enough people to intervene. We need all of the competent and capable people we can get. So I don't understand why the district plans to pink slip 15 permanent certificated positions and end 26 temporary ones, 41 in total. These numbers include 8 counselors, 3 at Santa Barbara High School, 26 teachers, and 3 MTSS positions. The district plans to pink slip 75 classified people, including 18 bilingual paraeducators. The district could choose to keep these people. For instance, right now, the district has $5.4 million in Learning Recovery Block Grant money. If that money was used to save these people, it could cover the cost of 36 to 54 positions next year. This is restricted money that is earmarked for decreasing staff-to-pupil ratios, increasing learning supports, increasing counseling, before and after school programs, mental health supports, access to instruction for credit-deficient pupils
20
to
seconds.
complete graduation, and academic services such as progress monitoring. Basically, the people getting the pink slips. What's going on? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Deborah Reed, followed by Sarah Allers, followed by Alpha Ramirez. Welcome.
I would like to read you an email dated March 8th, 2024 from Santa Barbara Unified's Classified Personnel Manager. The email lists 20 jobs currently being advertised, 4 of which were newly listed as of last Friday. Dear classified employees, the district's current classified unit job openings are listed below. Classified employees are encouraged to apply for promotional opportunities. Please forward this information to anyone outside the district who may be interested in a meaningful career at Santa Barbara Unified. Job openings as of last Friday. AOK Program Leader, AOK TK Kindergarten Program Leader, Bilingual Curriculum Specialist, newly listed. Bilingual Office Assistant, newly listed. Campus Safety Assistant, Clinical Social Worker, Curriculum Specialist, District Educational Interpreter Translator, Interpreter Hearing Impaired, Paraeducator, Bilingual, Paraeducator, Infant Toddler Center, Paraeducator, TK, Paraeducator, Preschool, Playground Supervisor, School Health Assistant, Special Education Paraeducator 1, Special Education Paraeducator 2. For more information, please see here. It's confusing for people to be told that finances dictate the need for distribution of pink slips, while simultaneously sending these same people communications about positions which are being advertised as available for hire. It is not a student-centered decision when the people who are most directly providing services to our students are subjected to the stress and confusion about the jobs they require in order to survive.
Thank you. Next, we have Sarah Allers, followed by Alpha Ramirez, followed by Kim Barron. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello again. I'd just like you all to imagine a smiling face, one who knows your story, who keeps you going, and who can stay positive even when you can't. That is who I know our bilingual paraeducators to be for our students. Students who face battles to their left and to their right, it's the bilingual paras who encourage them with adelante, sometimes directly into their classroom. Bilingual paras become impassioned bilingual educators, co-conspirators for the good trouble our board so wants to see in our schools. I'm just a future parent of SB Unified. I'm just a past team member of these amazing bilingual paras, and so many teachers still hold that role. And I'm just a teacher in desperate need of a raise. As Dr. Andrade said to us only a few years back, we must pivot to our most vulnerable. What asset is the district willing to protect if it's not meaningful access for our students and essential support for our educators? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Alpha Ramirez, followed by Kim Barron, followed by Charles Clow. Welcome.
Thank you. Evening, school board members. My name is Alpha Ramirez, and I'm a school counselor at San Marcos. I stand before you tonight to emphasize the vital role that counselors play in our education system. We are not merely advisors. We are architects of the students' futures, the pillars of support during their most crucial years of development. In a world where students face increasingly complex challenges, from academic pressures to mental health concerns, counselors serve as a beacons of guidance and empathy. We advocate for equitable access to resources and champions of student success. Whether it's helping a student navigate their academic path or providing a safe space for their emotional support, counselors are the pillars that hold our educational community together. The American School Counselor Association recommends a 250-to-1 ratio. Our caseloads are bigger than that right now. Our impact extends beyond the walls of our offices. We collaborate with teachers, organizations, administrators, and parents to cultivate a nurturing environment where every student can thrive. By addressing the holistic needs of our students, we lay the foundation for a future generation equipped with resiliency, empathy, and the skills to navigate life's challenges. Investing in school counselors is not just an investment in individuals, it is an investment in our future of our society. Thank you for your attention and your dedication to the well-being and success of our students.
Thank you. Next, we have Kim Barron, followed by Charles Clow, followed by Devin Espejo. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. So we've spoken to you tonight about the need to prioritize the classroom at SBUSD. And one of the agenda items that's coming up is a prime example of how you are not doing that. So Doug touched on this, but apparently the district leadership's having a meeting on April 27th and wants to hire a consultant for $5,500 to facilitate that meeting, and I quote, strengthen and maintain their alignment as a team by scaling leadership strategies to achieve outcomes of well-being across the district. It's a mouthful. We have no idea how great this consultant is because when we searched for her on the internet and LinkedIn, there was nothing. Yet, one would think that more than $500,000 worth of superintendent and COO experience in this room would be enough brain power to scale some leadership strategies and achieve outcomes of well-being for a day. And that $5,500 for that one person for one day is a month's worth of an early career teacher, or maybe more days of an experienced classified staff person providing support for students in a classroom. Stop spending money on those who either have no impact on the classroom, and if you have to cut positions, cut some from this building. As enrollment has dropped, the number of employees who work at the district office has increased. We have assistant superintendents who all seem to have executive directors to help them. Why don't we go back to the staffing days we had under Dr. Cash and Dr. Matsuoka, when we had higher enrollment and significantly less people earning big bucks who aren't in the classroom?
Thank you.
Prioritize the positions of people working with children and cut the superfluous staff such as the COO position. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next, we have Charles Clow, followed by Devin Espejo, and followed by Chrissy Cable. Welcome.
Howdy. Good evening. Last board meeting, there was a common refrain echoed from board members and public commenters alike. We have to hold each other accountable. That's the spirit I come here in. Last meeting, board members spoke about how we have to move forward together, how we're all part of the district. Leading with the worst parts of ourselves won't result in effective problem solving and doesn't model the civil discourse we desire out of our students. I'd like to thank the board for their leadership in reminding me of how necessary this is. I've stood here before tonight and have expressed frustration without naming where it's coming from. That was an error on my part. The frustration I've been experiencing has come from watching elected officials let down the public. I want to believe the board when you say that you care about educators, but I have not seen evidence of that. However, there is ample evidence of the hardships that teachers are facing, ample evidence of our community supporting us, and there has been ample time to respond. It doesn't have to be this way. Please take steps to foster camaraderie between sides. Right now there is distrust, and until that is repaired, this district will not be able to function in the way intended. We will continue to burn out educators, and ultimately our students will suffer. Public education in Santa Barbara is at a tipping point. This is a challenge, but also an opportunity. We're waiting for you to earn back our trust and take real action in support of this community who supports teachers. Please vote against the reduction in force proposal for both classified and certificated personnel and settle the impasse in a way that prioritizes our work. Thank you.
Next, we have Devin Espejo, followed by Chrissy Cable, followed by Carla Hernandez. Welcome.
Here we are. My name is Devin Espejo. I currently teach at San Marcos, and I've been teaching art in various districts in this community for the last 17 years. I am also a parent of 2 students in the district. I'm here tonight to tell you that I agree with your mission statement up there. You are preparing students for a world that is yet to be created, one that lacks accountability. The world that I know today places an emphasis on responsibility as well as a strong work ethic. But the educational system that this district has created is no longer one of accountability, and instead has become one of liability and distrust. A system where teachers are held infinitely liable, from test scores to failing grades to lack of rapport with a student, to not contacting parents enough, to simply not doing enough. All while students continue to get away with an increasing apathy, a lack of consequences, a lack of engagement, disregard for deadlines, and increasingly challenging behaviors, which include gaslighting, disrespect, and very recently an increase in violence. How will enabling this apathy and lack of accountability help them get ahead in college or the workforce? This board is the face of this district. You have the chance to model accountability and responsibility right here so that every student and every teacher believes that you have their best interests at heart every day. I've been attending board meetings for months, watching teachers, staff, parents pour their hearts out from their empty cups, and yes, sometimes heated moments. But that's all coming from a place of passion and frustration, all while hoping for a simple demonstration of your humanity. This is your opportunity, where this board can say, we're sorry, we take full responsibility for these miscalculations, this underfunding. We are accountable for this severed relationship with our employees, this top-heavy district office staffing, these ridiculous consulting fees and travel budgets, these excessive caseloads for SPED teachers, and most recently, these pink slips for 41 certificated and 75 classified positions with people who work with students every day. Look at this room. And think about these people, what they gave up to be here. These are the faces of your dedicated staff whose families are tired of hearing our struggle. Accountability starts here. And so we can start tonight healing this severed relationship. Pay us a living wage so that teachers can give to their students from a cup that is filled instead of one that continues to be depleted.
Thank you for your public comment. Next, we have Chrissy Cable, followed by Carla Hernandez, followed by Rich Lashua.
Okay, good evening, school board.
Good
My
evening.
name is Chrissy Cable, and I have been a special education teacher at Dos Pueblos High School for 28 years. Not only do I work in this district, but this community is where I live. My kids went to school in this district, I vote in this community, and I pay my taxes in this community and support our community. The district finances show that you, the school board, have the ability to pay staff the salary we are requesting and maintain the current staffing level in our district. We are all one community. Please show you support and respect this community that we live in. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Carla Hernandez, followed by Rich Lashua, followed by Nick Nixon. Welcome.
Thank you. Right, so thank you for making time for me tonight. And I've come to these meetings, right, for the heavy heart. Pretty much every time. Come with a heavy heart, leave with a heavy heart, because it seems that the actions that the board takes and the district takes, it shows that all our words are kind of falling on deaf ears. There's this disconnect, right, between what educators are prioritizing, and if you're curious about what we're prioritizing, check out our platform, and what the district is prioritizing. And I mean, or the example of this is right when we decide to cut the positions and positions of the people that work closely with students. And that, to me, that seems like then we're miles apart, right, from what we are seeking for and trying to get to. So I ask you once again to do something to stop this madness, because that's what it is. It's just madness. I'd like for you to make it a priority to identify with the plight of all your employees, after-school extended workers, the teachers that teach the after-school extended programs, your paraeducators, your curriculum specialists, custodians, your food service workers, your teachers. These are the people that see every child every day, and they're working hard for every child, and to make it, and every day and every chance that they get, they're working hard for them. As part of my own personal growth, I was recently doing a little word study on the word of what it means to be humble. And part of the definition that I came upon was that it's also to be able to recognize when you are wrong, and to ask for help, not just to recognize that you're wrong, but also to ask for help. And so I encourage you, and I ask you, I beg you, plead with you to extend your hand towards the people in this room, the educators, to your staff, right, and ask for help, what it is that we need, and for our students, for the success for this school district.
Thank
and just look deep inside yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rich Lashua, followed by Nick Nixon, followed by Hosby Galindo. Hey, Brenda. Sorry about that. Welcome.
Sorry, they're yelling for
We'll
me.
restart the time.
How about now?
Is that on?
Yeah,
There it is.
Whoa, there we go. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Whew. All right. Hey, you ever wonder why a theatrical work of art is called a play? In the performing arts, play means work, and that's a good thing. Musicians also work for hours to play their instrument in a concert. They learn that every problem has a solution, and by persistence, they can come closer to perfection than they ever imagined possible. It's quite the relevant concept. I guarantee you that in our current impasse, folks from both sides have said something like, let's go play around with the numbers and see what we can do. When we shift focus from the problem to the solution, our capacity to try, fail, learn, and improve increases exponentially. Santa Barbara Unified students need that, from the kindergarten playground all the way through electives at the secondary level. We can model that for them tonight as the adults in the room. In the theater world, we have a saying, always say yes and. It means to acknowledge the problem and commit to finding a solution together. So play around with those numbers. Perhaps the district can say, yes, we will address these expiring funds and guarantee that students and teachers are getting the support they need. Maybe that's the union saying, yes, we will strive for better pay, and we commit to rewriting the junior high contract for 7 periods because it's best for kids. We're also big on manners in the theater world, so thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Please don't stop.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Right on the mic at the base, there should be a button there and a green light that turns on.
There you go. We're good. Eric Nickerson, special ed teacher, Santa Barbara High School. Every time I walk up to this podium, my heart is thinking of all the young, bright, innovative educators that I've had the pleasure to work with. And tonight I'm speaking specifically, and I'm going to say their names, Ms. White, Ms. Jimenez, and Mr. Ramos are counselors that are on that list of reduction in force. To me, these are my first responders. My caseload is full. I rely on them for the intel they give me every time that I miss the connection or when I don't know something is going on because I'm too busy co-teaching or doing whatever else. They always never fail to alert me. Recently, one of my students was on a 72-hour hold. I had no idea until that counselor emailed me to let me know that. These people are so vital. They're so innovative. They're so bright, young, and they're worth everything. Please consider voting no on reducing those first responders. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Hosby Galindo, followed by James Claffey, followed by Megan Cottage. Welcome.
Good evening, school board members, superintendent, and cabinet. In speaking with board member Wendy Sims-Moden and Superintendent Maldonado, a common theme prevails, and that is rebuilding the trust between the district and our educators. However, we must recognize the power structure that exists here. There's definitely a hierarchy that teachers feel it. Rebuilding trust does not need to wait, though. Allow me to share some examples. Help educators feel safe and heard. There are educators at different sites who don't feel safe because of violent incidents that occur at their school campus. We educators truly believe that students should have access to free, appropriate public education, and at the same time, teachers need to feel safe and protected within their working environment. When teachers see that you are making the necessary changes to provide this for them, it'll help build trust. If you say you're going to pay an educator for services rendered, then please pay the educator and don't force the individual to file a grievance in order to get paid. Demonstrating integrity is vital in building trust. If you're going to ask a SPED teacher to do case management work for a student and then you refuse to put the student on their caseload, that breaks trust. Doing what's right does not always come easy, yet teachers need to see that you're doing right by them. Answering a question posed in an email directly can build trust too. Honoring agreements that have been reached, even when it's done informally, speaks volume about your character as leaders. You may not be allowed to respond to us when we do public comment, but never responding to our concerns or acting on what we share with you breaks trust. You're the body that creates policies and systems. You see, there's a hierarchy here. How can you use your influence to build trust between educators and the district?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have James Claffey, followed by Megan Cottage, followed by Maureen Granger. Welcome.
Good evening. To paraphrase the Irish writer John O'Donoghue, we need great leaders in education and in life. What we're getting is lacking in vision, not able to engage with the diversity of the culture. Our students beg to be heard, to be seen, to be treated equitably. The answer is not $53,000 spent on outside experts. Rather, we need to bring the experts in our schools to the table with the experts in our district office to create a Santa Barbara unified response to these inequities in our district. Delivering RIF notices to some of the very people you want to attend the Bright Morning Consulting does not make fiscal sense. Indeed, $40,000 for 4 hours of an in-person experience and 8 hours of virtual work where participants will, quote, observe masterful demonstrations of coaching conversations focused on equity, learn strategies for having conversations about identity and beliefs, and analyze elements of effective coaching conversations. This is not a good use of district funds. Convene a team of teacher leaders. So many people have been to the Institute of Equity in Education. Pay them the money to create a tailored professional development that will be 100% in person and not some remote effort at masterful demonstrations of coaching. And we will all be better off. As John O'Donohue also said, habit is a strong, invisible prison. Break the habit of acquiescence. Vote no on this funding.
Thank you.
And give teachers the contract they deserve and ratify it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Megan Cottage, followed by Maureen Granger, followed by Christine Hasty. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Megan Cottage, and this is Nicole G. Combined, we have taught science for 30 years at La Colina and have been cooperating teachers to over 30 student teachers and have mentored many teachers through TIP. Even though we are training these future educators to stay at SB Unified with us, we end up training them for other school districts. Our talented and bright student teacher from last year said she wouldn't apply to SB Unified because the starting salaries elsewhere were higher than she'd make after a decade here. In the past 10 years, no teacher has stayed in our neighboring classroom for more than 2 years. We are devoting our time and efforts into mentoring these rising teachers, but as soon as they clear their credential, they leave for better paying, more supportive districts. And it makes sense. When a bee colony gets too crowded, they'll fly away to find a more fitting home. And when butterflies see a shortage of resources in the winter, they'll migrate to more fruitful environments. And when teachers can't find a home or don't have enough money for healthcare or food, they too will leave. Please pay us a reasonable wage so that we can stay. Even though we see these teachers leave year after year, we are still dedicated. We are the innovative and hardworking educators who taught over Zoom and in hybrid. We're the ones with our kids during lockdowns and evacuations. We're the ones coaching after-school sports and hosting clubs. We are the kind of educators that our students need, that you need, that our society needs. What SB Unified teachers, bees, and butterflies all have in common is that they are all essential to the health of their overall ecosystems. Unfortunately, they're also all endangered.
Thank you.
But they do not have to become extinct. The ability to make a positive impact is in your hands. Please act now.
Thank you. Next, we have Maureen Granger, followed by Christine Hasty, followed by Belinda White. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Maureen.
Is the mic on?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, I'm Maureen Granger, and I've been a teacher in the Santa Barbara Unified School District for 33 years. In that time, I've witnessed relationships between staff and district personnel that have been positive, negative, and everything in between. I don't believe it's hyperbole to characterize the current relationship as broken. I sadly wasn't surprised by the district's threats to eliminate 41 certificated and 75 classified positions in the coming school year. The district's intent may have been one thing, but the impact feels like a message. So, you want better pay and improved health care? Here's the price you're going to pay, and it's going to hurt. First off, to the best of my knowledge, every school has unfilled paraeducator positions. We all understand the value of the least restrictive learning environment for students with special needs. Moreover, we also understand that the classroom teachers must partner with paraeducators to ensure that all students' needs are met. I can't tell you the number of teachers I've spoken with who feel like complete failures because their best has not been good enough when faced with multiple classes with multiple students who are not receiving services. It is unfathomable to me that we could be cutting the numbers of paras, bilingual or otherwise, that we have at this time when the number that we currently have isn't nearly enough. In addition, we are all aware that our students did not fare well under remote learning. As a result, we now encounter students with increased anxiety, depression, drug dependence, and negative social behaviors that impact learning. The third counselor we received at La Colina was a godsend. Not only does Austin Romo serve a third of La Colina's enormous student population, but he genuinely wants to be with students through subbing, coaching, and being present during breaks, lunch, and between classes. We need this proud Latino male on our campus and cannot imagine the fallout that will ensue if we lose him.
Thank you.
With a projected enrollment of over 825 students, it is both cruel and foolish to believe that our 2 remaining counselors will be able to adequately and humanely serve over 400 students each. Our students' academic success and emotional well-being are at risk at La Colina. I speak to you not only as a teacher, but as a concerned parent whose kid did not exactly thrive during the pandemic and who has benefited enormously from the support of counselors and other caring adults on campus. I implore you to keep these cuts that need to be made far away from school campuses as possible.
Thank you.
When I weigh the importance of caring adults on our school campuses versus paid consultants and travel budgets, to me that priority couldn't be more clear. Thank you.
Next, we have Christine Hasty, followed by Belinda White. Welcome.
Deciding to make a gross and frankly unnecessary number of cuts to essential student-serving staff is horrifying and honestly feels like a scare tactic. Deciding to cut special education staff is an abdication of your duty to provide all students a free and appropriate public education. You are all well aware that special education department is consistently, all year, every year, year after year, understaffed. This is 100% due to this board's unwillingness to pay its employees a competitive or even living wage. This also means every year, not only do students not receive the education that they are legally entitled to, this also means a special education program facilitator carries the burden on top of her own job of personally covering vacancies, scrambling to secure subs if they're available, finding temporary coverage, case managing students who do not have case managers, and working with families who rightfully are very angry. Eventually, her time will be taken up by spending long hours with lawyers when expensive lawsuits eventually pile up after too many IEPs were unmet. And families stop believing you when you say you're working on it. Cutting a special education program facilitator will only create an even more backlogged and broken special education system in our district.
Thank you.
Teachers will have less or no support, students will continue to lose even more, and the district will have one less firefighter. Please do not reduce special education staff.
Thank you. Next, we have Belinda White, and then we have one virtual public commenter, Amato Racine. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Belinda Pigeon White, and I have been teaching for 26 years at La Colina. As a person of color, born, raised, and educated in this town, I have learned that the alliance of diversity often led to understanding and progress. So when I saw the great diversity on the board, I had great hopes that our voices, which had been for so long ignored, would finally be heard and respected. Unfortunately, that has not happened. We are back to square one, back to an impasse again where the teachers' demand for equity and justice are denied. I would therefore like to ask the board to look again at our proposition and consider what you are actually doing. What would happen if teachers who could no more be able to live in this town had to be, quote, imported from distant areas to satisfy the need of our depleted district, had to leave town before nightfall to regain their respective townships? Social segregation is as bad as racial segregation. Therefore, please reconsider. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. That'll be the last one. We got one more in-person public commenter, and then we will go to that last virtual public commenter. So Rebecca Booker. Rebecca Booker. Hi. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Maldonado. My name is Rebecca Booker, and I'm a counselor at Dos Pueblos. I'm here again tonight to ask you not to cut any counseling positions. Counselors have a direct impact on student success in a multitude of ways. We are their advocates, their trusted adults, and their guides throughout high school. We stay with our students throughout their 4 years. Our work with students covers the 3 ASCA domains: academic, college and career, and social emotional. We work within the MTSS model, delivering Tier 1 curriculum for all students and Tier 2 and 3 interventions for those that need them. The American School Counseling Association and the ACLU recommend a ratio of 250 students to 1 counselor. If you approve the number of proposed counselor cuts on tonight's agenda, counselor ratios in our district will be closer to 400 to 1 or higher. Dos Pueblos was awarded the RAMP Award last spring for being a recognized ASCA model program. Only 9 high schools in California have earned this award. A large part of how we accomplished this was due to having additional counselors for the past 3 years. This board celebrated that accomplishment at a board meeting last spring. In February, Dr. Maldonado sent an all-staff email recognizing counselors during National School Counseling Week, citing the indispensable contributions of our counselors. These proposed cuts do not make us feel indispensable. There's a class size maximum for teachers. There's a caseload cap for special education case managers. There's no cap for school counselors. We are the case managers for students with 504 accommodation plans. There is no caseload cap for the number of students with 504 accommodation plans that counselors have. I currently have over 40 students with 504 plans on my caseload alone. Thank you for listening, and I urge you once again, please do not cut any counseling positions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have one more virtual public commenter. Are they on?
Hello, my name is Amato Rossini. I've worked as a special educator for over 20 years in the Santa Barbara School District, all at San Marcos High School. I'd like to be there in person tonight. I live in Ventura, though, and I appreciate the ability to be able to see my children tonight and call in on Zoom. So thank you for listening. The last 15 years, I've made the commute from Ventura to Santa Barbara because it's close to impossible to raise a family on a Santa Barbara Unified School District teacher salary while living in Santa Barbara. I continue to make this commute, though. I've calculated that I've spent 218 days thus far of my life in the car driving to work. I continue to make this drive because I love my students and I love my school. But in recent years, the temptation to leave the district has been real because all of the districts surrounding Santa Barbara pay their teachers more. When you consider the take-home pay, which is the salary minus the healthcare costs, Ventura, Oxnard, Ojai, Carpinteria, Montecito, Cold Spring, Hope, Goleta, they all compensate their teachers better with better take-home pay. And this is not even factoring in the more expensive cost of living in Santa Barbara. You have the ability to stop the bleeding of our teaching talent from our district. I personally know so many teachers who have quit because they can't afford it. That's why I'm calling on the board to direct our superintendent and the district bargaining team to settle fairly and give teachers the compensation we deserve. Students deserve teachers that can afford to live in the community that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your public comments today. That was the last public commenter.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Was the last comment. Thank you. So we will move
we'll take a break after the board comments, just to give a break to come back here. So, board members, any comments that you'd like to speak upon? Okay. Hearing that, I would just add that I had the opportunity to read the read-in days, the Dr. Seuss reading days at the elementary schools, and really enjoyed being there to read with the students, and just wanted to appreciate them for inviting us into their classroom. So I wanted to make sure I acknowledge their inviting us in there. So, and just before we take a quick break, can we look at the consent agenda? Board members, are there any items you'd like to pull? Superintendent, okay.
I would like to offer a clarification for item E5, approval of staff travel. And I'll be passing out a more expanded explanation of what is in your board docs, board members. It was brought to our attention that the description under the purpose and travel location for what was uploaded in board docs only listed the category, for example, let me start with Dos Pueblos, chemistry, for example, on board docs. And what we did here, because there was some confusion for the teachers that are traveling, we basically just expanded the names, the dates are all the same, the events are all the same, but because we only listed AP Chemistry, we expanded the sheet that's before you, that's now here, that shows the different teachers going to the different classes, whether it's Spanish, economics, world history, so that you could see more clearly, in more detail, which teachers are going to which sessions. So I wanted to just bring that to your attention, board members, as you look to approve this consent agenda item. And Dr. Sheffield can come up if you have any clarification questions on the difference in the two documents.
Board members, any questions on this document? We're good on that. Well, thank you for that clarification. It was there. We're just expanding on who and where and what.
It was there, and it only listed AP Chem. I'll just ask the Dos Pueblos High School. There are teachers going to San Diego July 7th to the 11th. This purpose and travel only listed AP Chemistry, but as you can see in your expanded list, they're going to go to classes like language, computer science, chemistry, human geography, and so on. So that's just one of the high schools, but there's people going from Dos Pueblos, San Marcos, Santa Barbara High, in various sites for the Riverside trip, for example.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, if I may.
Yes.
Which were in the supporting documents, right?
So yes. The supporting document only listed the one, chemistry, but the one I just gave you and that was on the screen has the detailed for the teachers going to the different groups.
And I saw that, though, on the other documents, not this grid sheet, but
It was not listed as clearly as it is now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just clarifying also that the dollar amounts are extended out and equal the same amount as they were when condensed.
Yes, that is right.
May I entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Including this revised document.
Yes.
I move to approve the consent agenda with the changes expressed in this document.
I second.
Okay, then motion is second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passes. Thank you. We'll take a quick 10-minute break before we come back and discuss our action agenda. Thank you. Thank you for giving us a little break there, and we'll call us back to order. I'm going to do some agenda management here because we have families here and little ones waiting here. We don't keep them too far past their bedtime. So we will, board members, we will hear our G2, which is the Elementary ELA Curriculum Implementation Report. So there she's coming forth right there.
And before Denise comes up, I want to thank her for this presentation. I want to thank the parents and students that are here too. Board members, this report is on the implementation of the new English Language Arts curriculum, and I know sometimes we also want to talk about student outcomes, but I'm going to ask you to save your questions on that one for the next report. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board, President Sims Moten, and cabinet members.
Today we have report number 3, and I am proudly co-presenting with Dr. Mallory Price, our Literacy Instructional Support Specialist, Sarah Chalmers, Language and Literacy Coach, as well as 4 third graders from Cleveland Elementary that we will introduce in just a moment. Thank you. You guys can give them a round of applause. Thank you. They've been here for a while. They have been here. So let's get started. I do want to start with our implementation requires a lot of professional learning for our teachers. This is a curriculum that requires many hours and a lot of planning. So I just want to give you an overview of the professional learning we have provided for our teachers. We had a summer launch in which we gave teachers the option 1 or option 2 to attend professional learning in the summer in June or August. And 89% of our elementary teachers were able to get trained during the summer. Then we had the first day of school, the final launch of option, which was August 16th, and the rest of our teachers attended, and we had the total number of our teachers, over 200, who were received professional learning on the launch of this new curriculum. We've also had district-wide professional learning communities, a total of 5 per year. Every year, this is what we have for elementary teachers. September, October, January, and April is the only one that's left in this presentation. We also have district-wide professional development days. There's 2 full days of professional development, October and March, and we just had our last one last week. Ongoing, there is site-based professional learning with our language and literacy coaches and support from principals as well. Now I'm going to walk you through some data that we have here regarding our teacher responses regarding professional development. The 3 pieces of data that I'm going to share for each of these slides are from June and August, that's the summer launch, the October 16th, which is a full day of professional learning, and March 4th, which is the most recent professional learning we've had. So let's start with the first question, which was, how do you rate this training? In the summer, 81.9% of our teachers rated our professional learning either a 4 or a 5, and a 5 is very informative and useful. So that was pretty good and promising, which I shared at an early board meeting for one of our first reports. I haven't shared the other 2. October 16th, it went from 81 to 72.9 of our teachers rating it a 4 or a 5. And then the most recent one, March 4th, was a 66.7%. Now, it is important to note that in addition to the summer launch opportunities for Wit and Wisdom, we also had to provide additional professional learning for our K through 2nd grade teachers, in addition to Wit and Wisdom. So I just want to make sure that there is many other professional learning opportunities that have happened throughout the year. One thing to note here in the data is that we have a tremendous level of appeal support from the publisher based on teacher feedback, but we know that there is room for improvement and also the offerings that we are providing. Part of the reason why we attribute these percentages to go from 81% to 72 and 66, it's because June and August, our teachers have not taught the curriculum. So they were excited. They had very high ratings, very, excited about the curriculum. And then a couple months into it, we have a 72%, and now they've been teaching it. Teachers have said it is challenging. It is very difficult. It requires a lot of planning. But I have other data to share with you that will tell a little bit more about this picture of how our teachers are feeling. The next question was, please rate from 1 to 5 the new materials if the materials are clear and easy to understand. When teachers first received this training in the summer, 73% of them agreed or strongly agreed that it was easy to understand and clear, with a 25% were neutral. Then October, we went from 73 to a significant drop to 38.9%, but our number of neutral increased to 36%. So we still have a significant number of teachers who were unsure or neutral about how they felt about the curriculum being clear and easy to understand. And then March, the most recent, the numbers remain the same. Once again, this is very challenging. Our reality is that with any change of this magnitude, of having hundreds of teachers implementing a new curriculum after the last adoption was in 2007, requires a significant shift in not just in one area, but many areas. The last set of data is very, it tells another piece of the story, because these are just numbers, but we also need to look at what's behind the responses that we are receiving from our teachers. The question here is, the new curriculum material can effectively enhance student learning. 79% of our teachers in the summer felt that, yes, strongly agree, and 19% were neutral. Look at that blue. Disagree or strongly disagree, there's barely none. Then we move on to October, and it was 60%. It dropped, but look at our percentage of neutral. It increased significantly from 19% to 36%. And now the most recent question, again, about the new curriculum material can effectively enhance student learning, went up to 69.9%, and neutral 22%. That tells us something. Although we see significant drop from summer PL to October, the percentage increased from October to March. Although we don't find the curriculum easy to understand, there is still a belief that persevering is worth it because the new curriculum can effectively enhance student learning. I'm interpreting this, and it's not just me interpreting. We have reviewed this information with our instructional council, which represents teachers throughout the district. We have also reviewed this information with instructional support specialists at the district level, and also our principals. So we've had various lenses looking at this data to interpret what I just said. This is not Denise's interpretation. This is the interpretation of multiple groups that have looked at this data. Now I will introduce Dr. Mallory Price, who has a little bit more about the curriculum.
Hello. I think we'll be jumping in and out, so bear with us. The last time that I was here speaking with you, back in May, I was sharing information about Wit and Wisdom and Foundations near the end of our adoption process. And I shared this visual with you, Scarborough's rope, which illustrates all the elements required in order to develop skilled readers. You can see language comprehension as the upper strand and word recognition as the lower strand. And all of these skills need to be developed simultaneously over time in order to develop skilled reading. If you recall, Wit and Wisdom, although this is kind of an oversimplification, accounts for the instruction taking place with regard to the language comprehension skills, and Foundations takes care of those word recognition skills. And as I spoke to you last time, I think this represented the promise of the comprehensive literacy instruction that we were looking forward to. And so tonight we're excited to be able to share some of the ways in which this has been actualized. So one of those ways is that students all across our district are building knowledge. And this is important because it's one of the lesser known components in the discussion about the science of reading, but knowledge is in fact one of the greatest contributors to reading comprehension. And so these are just a few examples of the knowledge that students are building in our district right now. So in grade 5, students have been engaged recently, or maybe just finished up, a unit called Wordplay, in which they're reading The Phantom Tollbooth, and they're learning all about figurative language and the ways that authors choose their words and the effects of those words. And in grade 6, they're just in the midst of or finishing up a unit called The Hero's Journey, in which they're studying the monomyth genre, and they're reading books like the Odyssey and Ramayana, and they're really digging into what that genre is, the archetypes that are inherent to it, and the way that that genre reflects the human experience. So students all across the district are engaging in building knowledge. And as you see in this visual, which again, I think I shared this visual back in May, but it demonstrates how knowledge and text are at the center of wit and wisdom and everything that students and teachers are doing in our classrooms. And it is the basis for instruction in reading and fluency and writing and speaking and listening and vocabulary.
Hi, I'm Sarah Chalmers, literacy coach at Adams. Another thing that we're noticing as a highlight is that students are growing rich vocabulary, and they're learning this vocabulary that directly ties with the core text that they're working on. On the left-hand side, you can see some vocabulary from the 5th grade unit, wordplay, that Mallory had just mentioned. And it's a humorous and deep exploration of the English language's richness and complexity. And initially, the puns and figurative language definitely have proved challenging. And when I was working with the team I work with, we were concerned how this might go with our emergent multilinguals. But however, through this explicit instruction on figurative language, idioms, and relevant vocabulary, the comprehension is definitely improving and growing. On the other side, we have some vocabulary in the 2nd grade American West unit or module that most 2nd graders are working on right now. And the 2nd graders explore the American West, learning about Native Americans, historical changes, and the interconnectedness between people and nature. And not only do students learn topic-specific words like bison, prairie, tribe, nomadic, but they are also learning about shades of meaning. And in my role as a literacy coach, I spend time with teachers primarily, but sometimes I get to teach some lessons. And in a recent lesson I taught, our goal was to distinguish the shades of meaning among related verbs: wobbled, roamed, galloped, charged, and rushed. So we had a lot of fun demonstrating what those verbs looked like, and the students definitely started using those new vocabulary words after that. And so, with their new background knowledge, their vocabulary, they are also demonstrating or using the language to demonstrate their learning. The curriculum builds in routines daily where they get to practice their oral language, such as think, pair, share, but there are also more formal opportunities. On the left-hand side, you can see some pictures of students engaging in Socratic seminars, and the goal for these is for students to synthesize and extend their learning by exploring and debating intriguing questions. And students pre-write, look over classroom posters and notes, and talk with partner before jumping into this class conversation. And another way that they use their vocabulary and background knowledge is when completing the writing tasks, of which there are several throughout the module. And they all build towards a culminating end of module task. And so one thing I get to also do with teachers is analyze student work, and we often look at with the lens of what knowledge did students demonstrate and what skills are they demonstrating as well. And from there, we take steps to see how we can improve, help support them in their academic growth. So thank you.
All right. So we're moving fast, but thank you, Sarah. We've shared a little bit now about how these the new curriculum supports the development of the skills within that domain of language comprehension. But we also have our TK students who are developing their skills within word recognition, of course, that being phonological awareness, decoding, and sight word recognition. So our K2 students, I want to make it known that they are also right now learning to read and spell. And so students all across the district are engaged in systematic, explicit daily phonics lessons. And so currently in grade K and throughout the year, they've really been focusing on developing their knowledge of letters and sounds. And now they're applying that knowledge to be able to read and spell simple words. So words like hat and sun and jog. And in first grade, many students are currently working on blends and digraphs to read words with more sounds, words like chunks and steps, as well as words with a concept called glued sounds. So that's the sound you hear at the end of words like song and sing. And then in second grade, students have been recently working on the silent E rule and applying that to read words like game, and then also applying that to read two-syllable words like confuse or reptile. So across the district, our K-2 students have been moving through scope and sequence to develop the skills they need to be able to read and spell words that are grade appropriate by the end of this year. And I'm going to turn it over to Denise now to introduce some of our special guests that we're all eager to hear from.
So we have a short video if you want to play that video. I want to play this video first. It's from a third grade classroom at Cleveland Elementary.
Okay, this is Miss Fuentes' third grade class. Look at these amazing students. This is the Wit and Wisdom Module 2. And this is the Students' Museum.
Did you guys work on this together?
Yep. And we're going to stay for another hour. It's a break time. Break time.
So this is not part of the curriculum. This is an extension of what one of our teachers created with her creativity, time that she spent on planning, but also she has spent time building background knowledge with our students. If we don't have background knowledge, we're not able to speak intelligently and with confidence. And so with pride, I want to share with you guys that we have one of our teachers here, a wonderful teacher who is here to share, Miss Fuentes, third grade from Cleveland.
Hi, Andrea Fuentes, third grade from Cleveland. Thank you guys for giving us the opportunity to share about what's going on in our classroom. And I want to say a special thank you to the families who are waiting it out here and bringing their children to share their experience. So as Denise said, this wasn't, part of the curriculum, but because the students had worked so hard, wrote a 4-paragraph essay about Galileo and the history of his discoveries in the telescope. The instructions in Wit and Wisdom were to pretend like you're in a museum teaching about the topics. And so I thought, why pretend when we can really do it? So I have 4 students here who are going to present their knowledge and their experience with our Galileo Museum. You guys want to come up? Okay, first we have Josue Olea. Okay, go.
Hi, my name is Josue Olea. I've been at Cleveland Elementary since first grade. Our class created a Galileo Museum, and I taught other students about Galileo's discovery and about Jupiter. It was fun to create a model of the solar system.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leticia Cisneros Castillo. I have been in Cleveland Elementary School since kindergarten, and now I'm in third grade. I enjoy learning about Galileo because I got to teach other students about his life. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Destiny Nicole Garcia, and I'm in third grade at Cleveland Elementary, Santa Barbara. There was so much I learned about Galileo in space. He taught the people that didn't listen to him the truth about space, and what he actually saw through the telescope that he had made. But they didn't believe him. And yeah, thank you.
Hi, my name is Kayla Garcia Higuera, and I've been going to this Cleveland Elementary School since kindergarten. I like to learn about Galileo because it was very fun. I learned that the sun stays in the middle and the earth orbits around it.
Good job.
I don't know about you guys, but this is the most beautiful day. I can't even think of a most beautiful day. Just hearing our students build their background knowledge, our teacher finding that joy for teaching and learning and expanding on what she's, currently doing. The purpose of us adopting a new curriculum was not for us teachers to just teach to the curriculum and read what's in it, but also expand once they feel comfortable. We know this is not easy, and we know it's going to take some time for all of our teachers to feel that comfort level, but we see the struggle. It's a productive struggle. That's what we call it. It's what Wit and Wisdom calls it as well. Productive struggle that we're going to engage in, including ourselves who are supporting the different roles with our principals. Our principals are a significant piece of this as well. And we have 2 more slides.
That's a hard act to follow, but I'll do my best. So, while we have much to celebrate, as that was clearly just demonstrated, this is a really big change, and change is hard, and we are experiencing some challenges as well. And some of the challenges that we face, I've been thinking about as categorized into these 2 different buckets, and one being mindset shifts, and the other being the fact that both of these curriculum, but one in particular, is rigorous for teachers and for students. And adopting and implementing Wit and Wisdom and Foundations is not simply a matter of swapping materials. All of these new materials represent and require significant mindset shifts for all of us. So these are some of the mindset shifts that I'll talk about briefly. There are many, but these are a few. One is that we are moving from a balanced literacy curriculum to a structured literacy curriculum. We are also moving away from a mindset in which we believed with the best of intentions that level texts were the best for our students to an approach that centers complex grade level text for all. We're also shifting from an emphasis on teaching comprehension strategies such as finding the main idea to a curriculum based on evidence that knowledge and vocabulary are actually the greatest contributors to comprehension. And we're moving out of a standalone writing program in which students choose the topics on which they write to a more integrated approach in which students write about text and from text. And the other category of challenges that I've made up is related to the rigorous nature of the curriculum for teachers and students. And some of the challenges that fit into this category include the fact that the curriculum requires deep planning and internalization. It calls for time, and time is always hard to find. Students are being challenged in new ways as they are all engaging with grade level complex text, not just text at their independent reading level. And K2 is doing all of this and also teaching students how to read using a completely different set of materials that also requires time for planning and internalization. So all of these challenges are significant, and we as a team are going to continue to be strategic and intentional about providing the support that teachers need in order to be successful so that our students can also continue to experience success, because clearly they already are.
And when we talk about team, we talk about all of our teachers, every single site team member, from our paraprofessionals to our language and literacy coaches, our APs, our principals, and all of our parents as well. And the last piece is just our next steps to support ELA implementation. One is to continue to monitor our progress. We will be utilizing our assessments as we have, and you'll hear a little bit later about STAR. Continue to use our professional learning communities, which we have 5 of them. Continue our principal classroom walkthroughs that they do normally. And then also continue our district-wide site collaborative learning walks that we have engaged in and that are new this year. Professional learning. Provide professional learning at all the levels, from us at the district level, Mallory, myself, and other members, as well as our principals, our coaches, and our teachers. And also continue to utilize the feedback that we receive from our teachers to improve our practices and meet the teacher needs. Time and time again, they've said they need more time. We're responding to their needs as much as we can, and we will continue to utilize that data to guide our decisions. Parent engagement, Literacy Nights and Literacy Week. You all were part of some of the Literacy Week events. Next year, we are going to be more intentional and have that one week in which we highlight all the wonderful things that happen throughout the year, but especially that week. Open house, and then we're also going to share parent letters about new curriculum. We're going to be intentional about that. And lastly, You will be hearing later, at another later board meeting, our culturally and linguistically responsive committee, which we shared since May of last year, that this is a work in progress, and the committee has been working hard in meeting and has provided some recommendations. So more to come on that. Thank you, and that concludes my report.
Thank you for the report, all of you, and thank you, young folks, for coming up and sharing your experience with that. That was great. So much. We're going to give them another hand. Are there any requests to speak on this? Okay. Board, did you have something? I'm just going to ask. You're good? Okay. Board members, comments, questions? Ms. Sunita.
I have my usual set of questions. I really enjoyed seeing what the 3, 5, and 6 graders are doing. It looks wonderful. They're really learning in a super fun way, and that was a great presentation. I can't imagine being in that 3rd grade classroom. Can you put it closer, maybe? Learning about space. Sorry about that. Sorry. Anyway, so really enjoyed watching that. I've always been very clear my focus has been TK through 2, and so I will ask the hard questions about that. One of the questions I have is, we're talking about professional learning, and you've described a lot of professional learning, and the reading part is really the foundation for a lot of this. Before I was on the board, and when I was interested in the movement to the new literacy with the letters kind of, it's not a curriculum but a rubric, I was told by the principal at Peabody Charter School that it's really an environment more than it's a curriculum, and a lot of people need to be trained to support that environment. So I'm curious about how, I know that there are specialists for every grade at every school, and I counted that maybe that's at least 63 people at a minimum. Have we trained 63 people in the letters rubric? Have we moved in that direction to try to promote that TK through 2 phonemic awareness with that program?
So you're talking about a completely different than what we presented today. Letters training is something that we brought forward to the board, and we have completed the first year of the first cohort for letters training. That cohort was any teacher who is interested and volunteer to be part of that training. We can't mandate. Peabody requires their teachers to attend, but they have a different set of rules than we do as a district. For us, we ask for volunteers to attend, and also our language and literacy coaches, as well as our instructional support specialist of language and literacy, as well as our EML support. They are part of that cohort. We're on year 2 now this year, and they spend a lot of several Saturdays and a lot of reading and a lot of doing and implementing and coaching our teachers. We are in the process of starting our cohort number 2, so it won't be across the district. One, because we just adopted a new curriculum, so adding this would be an extra layer of new learning for our teachers, but we do have our coaches and the experts who are becoming knowledgeable so that they can provide that support that our teachers need in the classroom.
So this will integrate with that at some point in the future. Okay, that's
already has. Yes,
okay.
It is already part of the integration of what we do in our daily teaching, learning, coaching. That
okay,
happens.
so it's kind of okay. I needed that background, and then maybe one more question. I'm curious about the learning walks. I've heard of them. I've seen them. They've been demonstrated. There's been some slides. How does that come back as feedback when a group walks through a classroom and observes what's happening? How is that data captured, and how does that inform how you manage the program? Because you talked a little bit about after training in the summer, there's like maybe a little bit more confusion or difficulty with the professional learning. You go to the learning walks. I'm sure you hear things, you see what's working, what's not working. How does that feedback loop happen?
The learning walks are new this school year. And as you can imagine, that requires a major mind shift as well, because when we first came into the classrooms, our teachers were surprised and were wondering, what are we doing here? We had 3 rounds in elementary already. We're going to talk a little bit about in the next report on the number of classrooms we visited, but I can share that we've visited a significant number of classrooms already. We have 3 rounds in elementary. Round 1 all 9 elementaries, every classroom gets a visit. Then round 2, we're already in round 2. And by the end of the school year, we'll finish the 3rd round. So every classroom will be visited 3 times by the team. The way that it's structured is first we meet to talk about what is our focus going to be. And the focus are one of the 7 student learning actions. So it's on student learning actions that we're seeing. Not specifically about the curriculum, because the learning actions will help us understand how that's supporting the curriculum. For example, all students participate is one of the learning actions. So when we come in with that lens, that is our only lens, that all students are participating in the classroom. And the way we capture the data is right now we are utilizing all schools. Every principal has received 3 calendar invites. And in that calendar invite is a document where we keep track of our notes, where we keep track of our next steps, and also the overall success or areas, bright spots, and opportunities that we saw for that learning walk. And that is a collaborative effort. It's not the district coming in and saying this is what you're missing or what you're doing right. It is a collaborative effort between the site team and the district team. That includes coaches at the site level, principals, sometimes our office managers, as well as our youth outreach workers. It's a variety of different team members that are part of those learning walks. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that helps. Thank you.
Board members, additional questions? Ms. Munoz?
I just want to express appreciation for the presentation, for the knowledge that you've given us, and of course to the parents who have brought their little ones to be here with us. So thank you. I realize it's a late night. Thank you so much.
Additional comment, Mr. Escobedo?
Also want to express gratitude and to our Galileo experts. Thank you for sharing with us. A question I have for you, Ms. Alvarado, is you showed us charts that were talking about teacher feedback. And in June and August, when they were doing the professional development during the summer, there was 73% of folks that said they either agreed or strongly agreed about the curriculum being clear and easy to understand. Then you fast forward to March 4th, and it's 38.9%, which makes sense, right? Even at the time when we adopted the curriculum, I think we all predicted that this would happen. But I'm wondering if we collected any qualitative information that tells us why they said, because I imagine if someone said they disagreed with the fact that the curriculum was clear and easy to understand in June and August, the reason is probably different than it is when you ask the question in March.
Great question. We actually did. And so teachers have an opportunity to provide open-ended feedback for each of these. And I intentionally kept the questions exactly the same so that I could capture the data, because the promise to the board was that we would bring some data to guide our decisions and provide that information in our public, to our public as well. So after every data point or after each survey that was conducted, I followed up with all principals. I met with them and I said, here you have access to the feedback from each individual teacher. So it's divided up we can filter by the teacher, by the school site, so they can see the feedback that is received. And then the principals follow up if there's concerns regarding materials or additional support needed. So each principal, all of our 9 principals, are responsible for following up about that anecdotal data. I can provide at a later time more information about the anecdotal data we receive, but we definitely have plenty of comments. And the major area back on October 16th was that teachers needed more time because the curriculum is challenging. That has been a very common theme across the board.
And so it sounds like you're also, aside from site leadership, taking a look at the data and looking at their specific school site, you're also looking at what are the trends that we're seeing across all of our school campuses to see how the district can better support our school sites.
Our coaches as well take a look at the the comments that are made with, so that we can plan for our next professional learning, so we can adjust our practices and look into any other things that we may need to do differently or continue to do.
And have you noticed, you're doing these learning walks and visiting classrooms, have you noticed a change in how they're being received in the classroom now that it's kind of expected as a normal part of it? I know we're early, we're in round 2.
Absolutely. When we first stepped in, it was a little challenging, although our focus was first on building relationships. So our first learning walk, the first round, focused on building relationships with our teachers at the site level and also looking at student learning actions. And now I do notice, and one perfect example I can give you is that teachers are calling us over and saying, can you participate in this, or Miss Alvarado will join you in, and so they're including us, so it's now more natural for us to be there. Of course, there's times when it's not easy to have multiple people in the room observing your craft and your practice, especially when maybe after a long day, maybe a difficult, challenging day the prior week or anything else. So we do understand that it's not easy, and it's not something that's going to be 100% easy for everybody, but it is becoming more of the norm with our sites, and our teachers are becoming I think more used to having us there, and that we're not there to point things out or that or a gotcha. It's more of a, how do we work together, what type of support, and they also use it to say, we need more, how about can we get a little more of this and the other. So I think it benefits us both, and number one, our students.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I mean, on the very next slide, it's really encouraging to see that there are so many teachers talking about how this is benefiting students despite some of the challenges for implementation, and there are always going to be those challenges. It's the first year of implementation for a new curriculum as robust as this. And I also appreciate the answer about letters, because it was my understanding letters is teaching folks to be practitioners, right? Separate from the curriculum. And so having the two side by side, I think when we start looking at the data a year or two from now, and we're still on the implementation phase of STAR data too, and we're going to talk about that later. Change is slow sometimes, but I think it starts to pick up as we start building the foundations. And your team has been a big part of that, and our teachers and our students and families. Mm-hmm. So thank you all for being here and for a great presentation.
Yep. Superintendent?
Well, first of all, I want to thank the students. Third grade is my favorite grade. Don't tell anybody. And I want to thank especially Ms. Fuentes. I did convene. I asked Ms. Alvarado to invite some of the teachers that were part of the original adoption way back when we started to even think about how do we do this. And a few of them showed up. Ms. Fuentes was there and shared, so how is it going? Did we make the right decision? What is the experience like? And that's the first time I got to hear the amazing museum that she had put together. And the other teachers in the room said, wow, I think you shared, I felt so joyful coming to work during that week that we got to build the museum, like inspired by your job. And the other teachers were like, oh, I'm going to try it. So there was, a few of them that came, and there were some challenges that were shared here tonight. But I think overall, I'm very inspired by the willingness of all our teachers to give us the truth and being transparent about where are their challenges, but also the student engagement is, I see a lot of more language production, which we've always wanted. We have 21st century learners that need to produce language. The CASP test is all about language. And so I think, I'm just grateful for the moms also that are partnering with us, and I think I see some dads in the audience too, for all the work that's being done. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to echo all the comments that have been said up here, and again, just to thank you. And and I appreciate the transparency about the challenges, right? So how do we get better with that? And I really appreciate the fact that these students are coming up here and talking. That's the outcome. even despite the challenges, here's the outcome here. They're coming here and sharing, their enthusiasm and their joy, if you will, regarding that. So I was just thinking by tying that to Literacy Week, maybe they can read us some books, as we're developing that. That read week is not us going in there to read to them, but maybe going in so they can read to us. So I just want to again thank you, and so proud of you students, and thank you for sharing your joy with us and your learning journey so far.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So board members, we're going to make another just adjustment because we have some families here. We want to be mindful of them things, some students actually. So we're going to move to the action agenda F7, approval of the amendment to the Bridges Program contract. Who's coming to John? Mr. Shetler's coming in.
Good evening, Board President Sims-Moten, Superintendent Maldonado, and members of the board. This is a really exciting presentation for me to give. It's one of the more positive programs that I feel like we can ever spotlight in the district, and in many ways it's long overdue. I started working with the Bridges program over a decade ago, and they'd been running for like 20 years already at that point. At the time, there was a concern that if the information about the program got out too far and wide, we'd have an issue because we only had the capacity then to serve 70 students a year. And we've really increased our program capacity since then in a number of ways. Tonight, though, we're coming to talk to you about an amendment to the Bridges contract. That contract, like our LCAP, is a 3-year contract, and we're in year 2 right now. And right now in year 2, we have an opportunity to expand our reach with the program and leverage some additional funds from another agency. But I'm going to turn it over to some of the folks who are working more closely with that. And I'm going to start by introducing somebody who I learned today is affectionately referred to as the birth mother of the Bridges program, Millie Brother.
Thank you, John. It was a long labor and delivery, but we are here. Good evening. It's really my pleasure to talk about the Bridges program. And as you can see from the slide, there's a visual representation of two major bureaucracies, really. At the state level, we have Department of Education on one side, locally Santa Barbara Unified. And, oops, I didn't hit anything, I promise. Okay. On the right side, we have Department of Rehabilitation. So just as a little bit of an overview, back in 1985, Santa Barbara was selected as one of 11 pilot sites in the nation because at the federal level, as remarkable as this may sound, there was bipartisan agreement, and they realized that there were problems with student outcomes students with disabilities outcomes once they left school. There wasn't a smooth transition, so they wanted to provide some possible solutions to this. So transition services were implemented. We received the federal grant for 4 years, and the outcomes were so successful that they decided to implement this statewide. So now there are 117 sites in just the state of California alone. We were the first site, and it's been an incredible union between these two major bureaucracies, as I mentioned, now for 35 years. So we've had great outcomes with students. We named our program in Santa Barbara the Bridges program because that seemed to make more sense. I don't know what I'm doing here. It's okay. Because good, it's not me. Thank you. Okay, so I know that you have all received the full report. I won't go into all the details, but I just wanted to give you this overview about our 35 years of success with this program. So we named it Bridges because that conceptually just made more sense rather than Transition Partnership Program. That was a mouthful. Now, I can introduce you to part of our team. This is the team from Santa Barbara Unified School District. We have employment specialists, job developers, program coordinators, support staff that have all come together to work with students who have disabilities. And we are firmly embedded in the career centers at each of the high schools. We have access to those services. We are included in those services, but we add some supplemental services in order to facilitate student success. And with that, I'm going to introduce the other half of our team from Department of Rehabilitation. Veronica?
Good evening. I wanted to talk about some of the reasons why this program has been so successful, and I know that John and Millie both have alluded to some of those reasons. We at the Department of Rehabilitation have a mission to serve persons with disabilities, and including students with disabilities. We know what the challenges are, and we know what the potential is with these students if they just have that additional help in transition services that this program is so good at providing. We have that shared goal, and it just made sense that this partnership would come together and that we would pull our resources together to make this program that has been so successful for the 35 years that Millie and John both mentioned. We've seen those success stories, and we also recognize that the transition services that are provided through this program are truly is transition. They're transitioning through school, and once they're out of school, the Department of Rehabilitation is ready to continue those services to them with a foundation that was started in the TPP program. So we recognize the importance of this partnership. And it's such a strong partnership, and it amazes me, as it does to our whole team, how we can have these two major organizations come together and provide those services that are so needed from this population. We also recognize that we, pulling all our resources, we are always knowing that there are even more students that need the services, and we do everything we possibly can to reach as many as we can. And so that's what brings us here today, or part of the reason what brings us here today is we want to reach more of those students that we know need the services and that are provided by this program. We have such a strong team with the Bridges team, with all the specialists and everyone that Millie and John both mentioned, and that Janine will talk about as well. On the DOR side, the Department of Rehabilitation, we have on our staff 3 vocational counselors who are there to support the students while they're in the program, and also once they transition out of the program and continue needing services, so that they don't fall through the cracks, so to speak, and that they continue to be successful in their adulthood and independence. We also have support staff, including myself. I'm the contract administrator, and I know that the importance of what it takes to have a program like this and the resources that it requires. Our partnership is here locally, as it should be, with the Department of Rehabilitation, our local office, and of course with the Santa Barbara Unified School District. But our partnership also extends to our cooperative programs in Sacramento. That's our home base. And so we have this very strong support system even within our own department, and I know within the school as well. So it extends beyond the core group that runs the program on a day-to-day basis, but we have such a strong support, and it's because of that belief that these students deserve the services that are provided here. And we've had so many success stories, and I think we want to see that continue, and not only continue but grow. So I just wanted to lend my support and my voice to our team, And I would love to see this program continue to grow and be even stronger than it ever has been. So thank you for your time.
Good evening. I'm Janine Forsland. I am the Bridges Program Coordinator. And you have been able to hear now about our stellar Bridges teams and our successful long-standing partnership. And now I have the pleasure of sharing with you a bit about the truly meaningful and substantive work that they do. On the right-hand side, you can see there are 5 services that we are contracted to provide. And on the left, those are the services in action. On the top right slide, you can see an example of job exploration counseling. This photo was taken during a hospitality industry tour at the Hilton Hotel, where students were able to see a variety of different types of jobs within their facility and also have a hands-on experience when the kitchen crew got the students involved and showed them how to plate a meal. The center photo shows our Bridges students touring Santa Barbara City College's automotive program. This was one of our specialized small group tours of SBCC's Career Tech Ed programs that we coordinate for the students with an interest in those specific fields. For workplace readiness, we have in the top center photo one of our employment specialists working with the student on a job application in the San Marcos High School Career Center. Our employment specialists also work on workplace readiness skills such as job applications and mock interviews. Because our staff is based in the career centers, they also have easy access to and utilize the services available to all students. The third service, work-based learning, refers primarily to volunteer, work experience, and direct hire opportunities. Attached to the report that was submitted, you will find a list of employers that we have worked with just this year. As of January, we have partnered with 68 different employers and assisted with or directly placed 109 students, and that was as of January. So in the bottom center photo, you can see Jackie, grinning ear to ear, holding her welcome gift. This was a pair of sparkly UGG slippers as she begins her very first work experience at Deckers this past September. And by the way, she is still there. And while she was the first student hired at Deckers, we now have 3, soon to be 4 students placed in various departments, including the retail showroom, shipping and receiving, and in inventory management. Our tenacious job developer worked with the receptive staff at Deckers and one of our transition course instructors for 6 months to establish this partnership and to be able to utilize Deckers as a work experience site. In the bottom right is a picture of Miguel in his first work experience at the movie theater. Miguel participated in our pilot summer job jumpstart club, where he learned the skills and gained the confidence to pursue the job at the movie theater in the fall. Through our funds from DOR, we were also able to purchase interview and work clothing for Miguel, a service that helps to remove additional barriers to employment for our students. Self-advocacy. It's a ubiquitous service, but some specific examples include learning about disability disclosure in employment and identifying and requesting accommodations from employers or post-secondary education or training institutions. In the bottom left photo, students are hearing from Santa Barbara City College's Disability Programs and Services staff during our annual SBCC DSPS tour for all of our seniors with disabilities. Students applying for DSPS services need to apply to the department and need to know and understand what their disability is and how to advocate for the accommodations they are requesting. We work closely with the high school case managers and the DSPS office to prepare students for this process. In regards to the 5th service, post-secondary counseling, I've already mentioned our collaboration with City College and their outreach and disability services departments. But as part of our post-secondary counseling service, each spring for the past at least 20 years, we've taken approximately 80 to 100 students over the course of 2 days to the Santa Barbara City College campus. The tours highlight the various career tech ed programs and more specifically focuses on the disability support services and how they are different from what the students are accustomed to in the IEP and in the K-12 system. The upper left photo is of Hasiel. He's one of our Bridges participants who is currently attending the Santa Barbara City College cosmetology program. He has an incredible Instagram page showcasing his work and highlighting his talent for special event styling, which we've linked from our Bridges Instagram account. Okay, this gets even more fun. Spotlight on Lily. So you've seen some examples of our services in action. Now I'd like to take a minute to spotlight one specific student who encapsulates the spirit of the Bridges program and who exemplifies the growth that is possible when a student takes advantage of and really uses what the Bridges program has to offer. So Lily started with the Bridges program when she was 16 years old and in 10th grade at Dos Pueblos High School. She's now 19 years old and in her 5th year at DP and is still actively participating in the program. So when Lily was first referred to us, it was evident that she was motivated to participate in Bridges. Always has been very clear about her interests and goals, even as they've evolved with each work experience opportunity. She has truly been in the driver's seat on this journey. So motivation for Lily initially meant an interest in having a job and especially in having a paycheck. She selected the Dos Pueblos High School Library for her initial work experience during her first summer with the program because of the comfort level in being on campus and because she loves books and reading. Lily was very clear that she only planned to work 1 hour a day, 1 day a week. And in collaborating with our wonderful librarian, this is what we were able to arrange for her. Here she learned work readiness and generalized soft skills, and because of the team that supported Lily, as well as Lily's desire to do well and earn a paycheck, she had a very successful first employment experience to build on. Shortly after completing her foray into working at the library, Lily expressed an interest in branching out into other types of employment and decided that she wanted to try working at the Fairview Movie Theater. Our employment specialist worked with Lily to prepare for this job and then set up another work experience in which Lily again started at 1 hour a day, 1 day a week. Not long into her work experience, however, we were so pleased that Lily decided that she was ready to add on an additional day, increase her hours, and take on additional tasks. Lily worked at the theater for a full year, helping to maintain the facilities and assisting in concessions and other duties. After a successful year at the movie theater, Lily decided to leave her position in favor of obtaining a job in a restaurant. Lily had participated in the culinary program at DP and really enjoyed the experience. She'd also learned from her previous 2 work experiences that she loved working with people, social environments, and having a variety of tasks. So Lily began a 3rd work experience at the Nugget in Goleta in May of 2023, working 2 days a week as a hostess, and she is still successfully employed and a valued member of their team. She recently asked the Nugget management for an opportunity to do Expo, which involves helping complete kitchen orders and running food to tables, as well as continuing with her previous hostessing duties. So although Lily loves her job, she continued to want to investigate other work opportunities. So while maintaining her position at the Nugget 2 days a week, Lily decided that she also wanted to further explore her interest in working with children. And so Lily and our employment specialist put together a 4th work experience for Lily at Brandon Elementary School as a classroom assistant, which she started this past September. Lily currently works there 3 afternoons a week in addition to her Nugget job, helping students with various activities and assisting the teachers with their prep work. We could not be more proud of Lily, as she has come so far in learning about and experiencing the world of work. She went from 1 hour a day, 1 day a week in the school library, to now being a successful and valued employee at 2 different jobs, working 5 afternoons a week. It's also important to note that she has learned a lot about herself, and she now knows that she is not as fond of working with children as she is working in the restaurant environment. She's really found her niche there. And while I realize I spent a lot of time sharing Lily's story, I would be remiss if I didn't also mention a few additional accomplishments. Lily was selected last year as one of 3 students in her video production class to officially represent Dos Pueblos on the red carpet at last year's Santa Barbara International Film Festival. Lily had the opportunity to interview some of the honorees, and it really is an understatement to say that she charmed all her subjects with her infectious enthusiasm. I mean, look at that picture. Lily was also an early selection for this year's upcoming Youth Leadership Forum, which is a summer program in Sacramento sponsored by the Department of Rehabilitation that brings together youth with disabilities for 1 week of amazing opportunities that foster advocacy and leadership skills. It is an honor to be chosen, and for those that attend, it is often a life-changing experience. So undeniably, the foundation for Lily's successes and her various experiences is Lily's own drive and determination. She's an excellent self-advocate, and she continues to hone these important skills. So yes, Lily really is a shining example of what is possible when a student chooses to really use the supports and services that Bridges provides. Which leads me to emphasize that while we have the basic eligibility criteria of 16 to 20 years of age and a documented disability, the truly important piece to recognize here is that we are optional, and participation in Bridges is a student's choice, as they are the ones that drive the process. The investment on the part of the student needs to be there for the relationship to be successful. I also want to note that students don't necessarily need to have an IEP or a 504 to qualify for the program, as long as they have a documented disability and are motivated and ready to participate. And a quick note on motivation, this looks different for each student. And as long as we have something to work with, we meet students where they're at. So both historically and currently, we have a very robust program where the truly incredible staff operate at maximum capacity on a consistent basis. Our current goal, however, is to be able to reach further and extend Bridges services to even more students with disabilities that we have not previously been able to serve under our current program structure. With the investment and the addition of these 2 new employment specialist positions, we will be able to provide services to students with extensive support needs in our transition programs, reach out to students who have 504 plans or have disabilities that we haven't had the capacity to serve before, serve an additional 30 to 50 students with disabilities, and also to increase the hours for our job developer so that she can continue to create opportunities for businesses in our community and fully utilize the networking opportunities through the Chamber of Commerce. So, and lastly, I would just like to wrap up my part of the presentation by saying that while this is my 32nd year with the Bridges program, I am still just as passionate and believe in the program and the work that we do just as much now, if not more, than when I started. We have such a talented, capable, and caring team of individuals working to support our students with disabilities in creating meaningful opportunities to learn and grow in their college and career readiness, and to work towards meaningful, real work for real pay. I hope you will help us to further extend these opportunities to even more potential Bridges participants. Thank you.
So the request to the board is to approve the amendment to the Bridges contract. What's highlighted here are the fiscal bottom lines if we move forward. And I'm really only highlighting the portion of the Bridges contract that would be affected, knowing that the Bridges budget is more than what's represented here. Currently, we contribute $59,000 and some change to the cash match portion of the budget. By increasing to the, on the right, $99,000, we would leverage an additional $113,000 in funding from the Department of Rehab per year. This work absolutely aligns with our LCAP Goal 4 to increase the percentage of students with disabilities that are college and career ready. And as you guys saw at the previous board meeting at our LCAP report, there are adequate funds, more than adequate funds remaining under LCAP Goal 4 to fund this increase for the current year. And so that is the request that we're making today, and we welcome any questions or comments from the board.
Thank you for the report. Do we have, we have a request to speak from the public?
We have one public commenter. If we could increase the clock to 3 minutes. And our public commenter is Ryan Fry Kuman. Sorry if you can.
It's okay. It's
Yeah.
Ryan Frickman, and he actually had to go.
Oh.
So I'm speaking on behalf of him.
Sounds great.
I was his case manager at the WIN program where I currently work, and I have to say the Bridges program is totally amazing. I mean, it really changes our students' lives, and I feel inspired every single day to come to work because this team is so strong. It does change lives. So Ryan has graduated, but he was planning on presenting, so I will read his words. Hello, my name is Ryan Frickman, and I want to share my experience and thoughts on working with the Bridges program. Students with a disability need programs like the Bridges program to reach their future employment and education goals. I started working with the Bridges program during my 4 years in the WIN program. I had the opportunity to try different jobs to help me find my interests. This career exploration eventually led me to the retail store REI. I used the help from the Bridges to help me with writing a resume, to connect with REI and setting up a paid work experience to develop skills, and eventually transitioning into a seasonal hire. After 3 months, REI hired me as a permanent part-time retail sales associate, where I am still currently working. I hope you consider adding these 2 positions that would help students find meaningful work. Work is more than just a job or a paycheck. It's a place to make lifelong friendships, gain a sense of purpose and belonging in the world, and financial independence for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Oh, okay.
Give me 1 second.
And President Sims Moten,
Yes.
I also was told by Dina Davis that she signed up virtually. Oh, okay.
That's my mistake. We have 2 more public commenters.
Okay.
We have Myra Oseguero and Dina Davis. That's the virtual public commenter. Apologies. Welcome.
The comment will be in Spanish, so we will do the interpretation.
Yo escribí buenas tardes, pero ya es noche. Yo escribí buenas tardes, pero ya son buenas noches.
I had written good afternoon, but it is now good evening.
So, buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva.
Good evening, members of the board.
Mi nombre es Mayra Oseguera y estoy aquí con mi hijo Julián Torres,
My name is Mayra Oseguera, and I am here with my son, Julián Torres,
que es un estudiante en educación especial en la Escuela Santa Bárbara High School.
who is a special education student at Santa Barbara High School.
Queremos esta noche pedir a ustedes que consideren la aprobación de las posiciones
So this evening, we would like to ask you to consider approving the positions,
propuestas en la junta pasada para el programa Bridges.
the positions for the Bridges program that are being proposed.
Los jóvenes que son elegibles para el programa de transición necesitan el apoyo de alguien que organice los lugares donde cada uno, de acuerdo a sus necesidades y acomodaciones, pueden desempeñar un trabajo.
The young people that are eligible for this transition program need the support from the staff to help organize the work sites where each student can perform their job duties according to their needs and accommodations.
Tener esas posiciones asegurará que estudiantes como Julián tengan acceso a estas oportunidades que los prepara para su futuro. Por favor, consideren aprobar las propuestas del programa Bridges. Gracias.
Those staff positions will ensure that students like Julian will have access to these opportunities that will prepare them for their future. Please consider approving the proposal for the Bridges program. Thank you.
Y Julián escribió algo en su aparato de comunicación para ustedes.
And Julian also wrote something on his communication device for all of you.
It's not working. Oh, where'd you put in the volume? Yeah. Más alto. Okay. So now. You can hear?
Where my will be done, my work is going to be. I don't know where to.
So basically he said where is his work is going to be. So he wants to know. Thank you. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Next, we have Dina Davis online for a virtual public comment.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here tonight as a parent of 2 and ask you to please vote to amend the Bridges program contract. My son Benjamin, who is extra social and who has extensive support needs, gained invaluable skills working in the Santa Barbara High School library last year. The pilot program equipped him with practical skills and installed a sense of pride and independence. He was beaming when he went to the DMV to get his real ID, opened his own bank account, received his first paycheck, and when he took his yaya, his Greek grandma, out to lunch with the money he had so proudly earned. More students with disabilities in our district should have access to this transformative collaborative program between the district and the Department of Rehabilitation. If we invest a small amount in a proven program, we can nearly triple the benefits and impact. The funding is already budgeted through our LCAP and meets Goal 4, which addresses college and career readiness. Imagine the possibilities if we could extend these life-changing opportunities to more students. Please put our mission statement into action by strengthening the bridges between our district and other agencies like the DOR and building new bridges for students to develop employment skills. Please give every child every chance every day and vote to amend the Bridges program contract. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. Board members, comments and or questions? Ms. Munoz?
I'd certainly like to speak, about the program. Sorry, it's hard for me when I see someone like Julian who's waited patiently for us since 6 o'clock or probably before. So I'm very appreciative of that. In my day job, I work at San-Cal Health, so I certainly have referred many folks to the Department of Rehab who thought that they wouldn't be able to be employed, sometimes with, cancer and other difficult illnesses, and the Department of Rehab has made a huge difference in their lives. I would like to know about I know you said initially, I believe, the numbers that are served and how many could be served with additional staff.
So we currently are serving well over 300 students, participants, and with these 2 new positions, we would increase our participants probably by about 30 to 50 students. And the reason that number actually isn't bigger, and it probably would be, is that when we serve students with extensive support needs, that it's a smaller number that requires more intensive supports and time. So the other position that we're looking at is outreach for students with disabilities with 504s, previously underserved populations, and that's where our numbers would be larger. I will say, and Veronica, who's our contract administrator, can attest to this, is that we are a group of overachievers, and we are well over 300% capacity from our contract goals. So there is no doubt that we will work up to the point where we're serving at least 30 to 50 more students.
Excellent. I mean, 300 is a huge amount of students, and the future, their self-esteem, like you said, as Dina mentioned, being able to accomplish. I'm a follower of Benjamin on social media, so I did see when he got his driver's license and so forth, and what a change this could make in terms of our community. What type of continuity is there after they do graduate from school?
So for students in special education, they're eligible for services through the district and through Bridges until they either earn a high school diploma and graduate, or until they age out. That's when their IEP services end. But what you heard tonight is that a lot of the students start out doing work experience and then land regular part-time or full-time work, so that we no longer have to remain involved as the Bridges program, and then as adults, DOR can continue to serve them as adult clients.
Thank you. Well, certainly, looking forward to find out about Julian and his path in terms of participating in the program, and continuing to see Benjamin and so many other of our youth also involved. So thank you. Thank you to all of you, all the overachievers and overworkers. Thank you so much.
Board members, any additional questions or comments? Mr. Escobedo.
Just huge gratitude. I mean, this is absolutely want to support this and the work that you're doing and the number of students that you're helping, not just while they're at our schools, but beyond, and a great partner in the Department of Rehabilitation. Just thank you all.
Yes, thank you. And just to echo those comments, it truly does epitomize every child, every chance, every day. It really does say that. And so thank you again for staying with us and being patient with us, and wishing you well on your journey. So with that, this is an action item. May I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve the amendments to the Bridges program contract.
And a second?
I second.
Okay, then motion and second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you for your work. Okay.
I do want to recognize Julian's mom. She's a great advocate and comes to our meetings for LCAP and other meetings. And I know that, Julian, you're very lucky to have a wonderful mom. I know you're shaking your head, and we'll make sure you get that job soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, board members, we're going to move back to the action agenda F1, board action on student discipline. May I have a motion?
Yes, I'll make the motion to approve Student Discipline Education Code 48918, case number 202324-15.
I'll second that.
Been motion and second. May I all in favor say aye, please?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. We will now move to F2, approval of the positive certification of second interim financial report. Ms. Lacey is on her way. And Ms. Kim.
I just want to say that was so heartwarming. Thank you for the Bridges program. Okay, so we're here tonight to talk about the second interim budget. You all would have received the big budget document and that we put out. And we also are doing something new. We just started it at the first interim, another smaller little packet that we're putting up on our website too, that is the fast fiscal facts, just to kind of give people a quick look at our budget without having to go through that whole entire big packet. So hopefully that's being helpful. Okay, here we are. This is what I'd like to call the cycle of life as it relates to the budget, because it's just constantly moving in this direction. We are now in March. We're at the second interim. You can see that down on the bottom there, the green. And we come here tonight to report that we do have a positive certification, which means that we are able to meet our financial obligations for the current year and then the upcoming 2 years. So what is the second interim budget update? It's the third actual budget that we have done for the 23-24 school year. The adopted budget was based on May revise back that we brought to you in June, and then the next one, first interim, also had updates for actuals that were through October. And now at the second interim, we have updated some revenue, changes to the first interim, and expenditures now through January. Okay, so the major drivers of the things that have changed in the budget, we do have some updates to property tax funding. We, as a district, we have charter schools, and we are obligated to give our charter schools some in lieu of property taxes funding as well. So the property taxes come to the district, and then we allocate to the charter schools the in lieu of property taxes. The state determines for us how much that is based on the ADA for the charter schools. So the ADA means average daily attendance. So at what we call P1, it's the state's reporting of ADA that just occurred. The state updated some of the ADA numbers, and so we now are required to give more funding to some of our charter schools, which means we keep less property tax funding here. So there's this kind of cycle that happens throughout the year. And just a note is that we really won't know how much our total property taxes will be until the end of the school year. So we're projecting what we assume will be coming in, but we won't really know until for sure in August. So the main drivers for the changes in the expenditures, we had a reduction of contribution for special education. Just as a reminder, the general fund contributes money to special education, and Typically, we have increases throughout the year for special education, but sometimes we will have some reductions. So we dug in a little bit to see what those reductions were, and mostly they were vacancies in teachers and in paraeducating staff. We had an increase in the substitute costs and an increase in overtime for vacant positions. Both of these are kind of related. The substitute costs relate to the certificated staff, and the second bullet there relates mostly to the classified staff. So when we have employees who are out on leave, whether they be maternity leave or if there's something like they've been injured and they're out on workman's comp, we still have to pay those costs to those employees, but then we also have to bring in substitutes or temporary services to help actually, get the work done. So we have some increases there in our expenditures for those things that we didn't, plan for at the beginning of the school year. These are our general fund revenues. So we are expecting to receive $227,946,271 of general fund and unrestricted and restricted funds from the following sources. So $17.5 million from the federal, $25.7 million from state, roughly $5 million from local, and then the largest, of course, is from our property taxes. Just to note, restricted is for special required restricted items such as special ed, some of our one-time funds, and our titles 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those are restricted because we have to spend the money in a certain way. So just so that you're aware, we've been talking about one-time funds that are going away. So we will be seeing now in the next couple years, we're going to see a reduction then in the federal and state funding that we have been receiving because a lot of our one-time funds are there. This is our general fund expenditures. I just really want to point out that over 83% of our total expenses are paid towards salaries and benefits for our staff. And I just added a note there. What we're talking about tonight mostly is this current year, and these are the expenditures for this current year. It doesn't include any negotiations for next year. So you can see our numbers there. We've got it broken out by unrestricted and restricted and combined, and the majority being in salaries and benefits. And then we have the other categories: books and supplies, services, and capital outlay. Here is our multi-year projection. Couple things to note. There has been some questions or talk about our property tax growth, that percentage up there at the top. We're projecting 5% for the next couple of years. Just so to kind of get an understanding of what that property tax growth is, it's those of us who own our own homes, then it's the tax related to the homes or the commercial properties around the city, right? So relatively, if I bought my home when I did in 1988, my property taxes pretty much stay flat until I either go and add on to my home. For some reason, it is assessed to increase. If I sell it, then it will increase, right? So this growth is related to the changes in property taxes across the entire city. And it's been relatively around the 4s and the 5s. We had 1 year in 22-23 where it was 8.7%. A lot of that was related to COVID because a lot of people moved in, moved out. Any movement when people buy and sell their homes is or their properties, that's when you're going to see your property taxes mostly change. So I just kind of wanted to have people understand that property tax growth is not something we're guaranteed. It's related to the assessed value of all the properties in Santa Barbara. Okay. Let's bring Lacey up so she can have a explain a few things.
Okay, this multi-year projection includes both unrestricted and restricted funds in it. And Kim kind of talked about those earlier, about how restricted funding, we get that mostly from the federal and state governments for specific programs, and the unrestricted funds, majority of those come from property taxes. So you can see on row 15 and 16, those are our ending balances for each of those areas. So for restricted ending fund balance, we will have 23.1 million that we will continue to spend on those specific programs that we're receiving the money for. And you can see a detailed list of what those programs or grants are on page 49 of the budget report. And then the unrestricted ending fund balance, that is what we use to calculate the reserve. So the state requires us to have a 3% reserve, and we have a board policy that states that we should be maintaining a 10% reserve. So we take our total expenditures, which is on row 12, and divide that by our unrestricted ending fund balance to then come up with our percentage of reserves. So as either of those numbers change, which they do at every budget report, then our percentage numbers are also going to change. Now I'm going to turn it back over to Kim, who's going to talk about a couple items in the subsequent years of the multi-year projection.
Okay. So since we are in negotiations right now with both SBTA and CSCA, I wanted to show you what the cost of the tentative agreements are that we have already agreed to. So for SBTA, we agreed to continue the class size reductions that we have had over the last few years that we previously had been paying for with one-time funds, that we are going to continue to do that going forward now, ongoing. So that's about $6.2 million each year. The district is now going to be paying 75% of the healthcare premiums. That is our TA. When you go down to CSEA's area there, it's also 75% of the healthcare and dental premiums that the district would be paying. There are some increases to hourly compensation for very specific salary ranges for CSEA, and that's the cost there. We have an agreement regarding, a tentative agreement regarding increased family illness leave to take care of ill immediate family members. We also have an agreement for additional bereavement days leave for employees who lose a spouse, a domestic partner, or a child. These are relatively minimal costs because they're not things that happen every day. So that shows you the total cost increase for the TA there means tentative agreement for both bargaining units. For 24-25, it's $10.6 million. For 25-26, it's $7.3 million for a total of $17.9 million. We also have proposals on the table with SBTA. The district has proposed salary increases of 9% for 24-25 and 4% for 25-26. A total of 13%, which is roughly $13 million. And we also had proposed some salary enhancements. That would be a total of $1.6 million. So if we add up just the cost of the SBTA proposal down there at the bottom, it would be $32.5 million is what we had proposed, what the district had proposed with SBTA. Currently, CSEA has not, and the district have not exchanged proposals regarding overall salary increases. So that's just to kind of bring you up to date. Okay, these are items that are not in the second interim budget. As I just mentioned, labor negotiations, they're not actually built into the numbers that you saw in the multi-year projections. And as you know, SBTA and the district, we are at impasse, and we're currently continuing, and we've had our first mediation. And we're continuing to negotiate with CSEA. Proposition 28, we talked a little bit about that. That is a voter-approved arts funding. We are supposed to be receiving money starting in this month. I don't think we have seen it yet, but we're keeping our eye out for it. That we would be receiving $1.98 million for the Santa Barbara Unified Schools. And that would be something that would be coming in on a monthly basis. We wouldn't get just a big chunk of money. It would just come in on a monthly basis. And then the current arts and music teachers would not be able to be paid with these funds because it would be considered supplanting. We're going to have to really look at that and make sure we do that one carefully. And then the last one is the arts, music, instruction, and operations block grant. It kind of is more discretionary. And I know that that we're working with the sites right now to come up with some local plans for implementing some of the arts and music plans. So we will be bringing those back to you when we have those all settled and ready to go. And that's it. Any questions?
Thank you. A request to speak? No request to speak on this item. Board members, any comments or questions? I just thank you, Kip, for the presentation. I don't think I realized it or had heard it. You probably said it, but your comment earlier with regards to ADA with the charter schools, I don't think I realized that even though we're community funded and we get we get it based on our property taxes, but we're kind of sharing that with our charters, right? If we
Correct.
have to, how many charters do we have?
So we have Santa Barbara Charter, Peabody, Adelante. And then recently we received I guess you would call it an invoice from Grizzly, a charter that is kind of outside of the area sometimes when our students go there as well. We'll get a bill from them as well. Is there anything else I'm forgetting? Oh, and also there's an Olive Grove charter.
Okay, yeah, I remember them, but I didn't. Yeah, that's an interesting fact to take into consideration. I think we're projecting that and how that impacts our bottom line as well when we have the charter schools. That's also something to consider when we get an application for a charter school. I don't know that I've had any come before since I've been here, but I don't think I connected those dots. So thank you for that point. And thank you for a positive, certification. And then I was going to say, with regards to the taxes, is there a lag in the assessed tax assessments? Like if it's like 1 year we're behind, or are we current?
So I know it all depends on when the property is sold.
Okay.
So a property could be sold, but we cannot see the impact until the following school year. I know there's a cutoff, but I don't know the exact timing of it. But yes, there is a lag, and it depends on when the house or property is sold.
And so do we take that lag into consideration when we're doing multi-year projections at all?
So we do the multi-year projection. We base on historical average, and then we wait until we receive the estimate from the actual county property tax division. So when we're doing the multi-year for those out 2 years, we're basing that on average. But then for the current year, that number is coming from the county property tax division, and then they'll give us another update in April. So we'll update our numbers when we bring adopted budget.
Okay, great. Mr. Escobedo.
Thank you. And I want to say and just echo thank you for the fast facts. This can be very challenging. And so breaking it down like that, that's easy to digest for folks is helpful. Couple questions. So we are community funded, but we do receive funding from the state for things like, and correct me if I'm wrong, special education. And we have this Proposition 28 coming, and we know that the governor released his budget, and then the legislative analyst office came out and said, I think you're missing a few $1 billion in the deficit. So we'll see an update to that in May, and that'll give us a clearer picture. We may not still know until the end of June what the final budget is. But there could be implications to our funding and what that means for next year. So maybe starting with the special education, I know that there's a cost of living adjustment.
Yes. So there are a few items. Special education is one of them. Career tech is another one, that are kind of outside the state's LCFF bucket, in other words. So those items do get a cost of living increase. And so we're looking at probably either getting a very, very tiny one next year or none at all. And then we also receive funding from the state from just a state aid, like a minimum aid amount. So when we're looking at how community-funded districts could possibly be impacted, those are some areas where we could be impacted if the state decided to cut anything. Or also in our block grants that we're currently, sitting on, because they've already did that. They did that this year. So that would be one of the areas where we would be, potentially could have some impact. I do want to say, and I think Mr. Banning reminded me, there was a time when we were in the Great Recession back in the 2008, 2009, when we all kind of thought that community-funded districts wouldn't feel the impact of the LCFF cuts. They actually did some cuts to education. But there was this fair share of pain is kind of what we all kind of talked about it behind the scenes, where there were things that they did actually cut. And I know that special ed was one of them where we thought they won't cut special ed, and they did. So they actually cut funding versus not giving a COLA, they actually cut it. So we always feel a little insulated because we're community funded, but there are ways where we could actually have our funding reduced if the state needed to do that.
Yeah, and it sounds like they're going to spend from reserves, so maybe not immediately, but into the future. Right. And then we've also talked about Prop 28 and this payment being deferred, right? And can you speak a little bit to what that would mean? I'm guessing it means in the short term we're funding it out of the general fund or reserves.
Well, currently we are not funding it yet because it's a plan. That's when we have to bring a plan. Is that right? I believe that's the one where we have to bring a plan to the board. And so as our teams are looking at the arts and music grants and Prop 28, they're coming up with some plans. So at this point we haven't spent the money. Or haven't started.
I see. And then one other thing that I recall us discussing this, the implementation of TK for community-funded districts. What did that mean?
That meant that we didn't get any extra money for TK, but it meant we still had to provide the services. So we ended up getting more students because we picked up an extra grade. But we didn't have extra funding to pay for those students and that extra grade. In LCFF funded districts, they did receive additional funding for it.
Right. And so I asked all those questions because there are many more complexities that we're going to be working through over the next few months as we approach the other conversation that we're having tonight and that May 15th deadline, and then also looking at June 30th when we're going to have to finalize our budget by that date. And there are just so many balls in the air right now that we just don't have the specific answers that we need to make some of the long-term decisions. And then on top of that, you add the discussion and the development of the LCAP. So there's a lot that's going to happen in the next few months, and I just wanted to highlight that it's not always front of mind. When you think about a community-funded district, you think of abundance, and sometimes that's not always true. So thank you for this presentation.
I have a question. You had a slide that talked about a reduction in the contribution of special education that was offset then by increases in substitute and overtime expenditures. What was the net? Was that a net loss or gain?
I don't think I have that information that we have readily available.
Or was it a wash?
But yeah, no. So the reduction in the contribution to special ed was because we had vacancies there, so we didn't have to pay that. But I don't know if we have that information, but we can get it. We can get it for you.
I just had one additional question. So, particularly around the block grant and Prop 28, is that we spend it and then we get reimbursed, or we actually get it here in our books?
So we've already received the funding for the arts, music, instructional materials discretionary block grant, and you can see the balance of that on that page 49. So that is part of that restricted ending fund balance. We will start receiving the Prop 28 money this month, and we'll receive it monthly until the end of the school year, that 1.9 million.
And is one of those one-time monies? I'm just thinking of these funds, things that we got one time to do it, so we've been having that conversation.
So the block grant is one time, and then the Proposition 28 with ongoing as long as the proposition stays.
So important to note, just there's so many moving parts in it when we're getting those one-time funds to fund a service it's going to go away. So not maybe putting staff, I don't know. So just to think about how we're going to use that, given the conversation we had, and how we're going forward and how we start to look at our funding, so that it's clear when we're getting in those one-time fundings, is it for a service or does it include staffing, knowing that if it's staffing, there's going to be a reduction when that money goes away unless there's some other way to keep it. So I think that's an important part of our whole anatomy here. The other question to Mr. Escobedo's point, the TK is almost to us like an unfunded mandate, right? So, okay. Sure.
I would like to, I think Kim already said this, but we have an investment in elementary schools for arts, music, PE teachers, which we call the specialist teachers, because they take care of those subject areas. Some of this funding, for example, could not be used to replace that. So we would have to have that ongoing cost plus additional arts teachers and music teachers and teachers if that's how we wanted to invest that money. So that's another caveat. Some of this money does come with the expectation that you're going to spend more and not take over a current existing investment. Just to add to the complexity.
Is that
That's
the
supplanting.
supplanting?
Yes.
So supplementation instead of supplanting.
Okay. Hearing no additional questions from the board, may I have a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve the positive certification of the second interim financial report for fiscal year 23-24.
I second.
Go ahead.
I second the motion.
Okay. Motion and second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Okay, next we will move. So board members, as we're getting into the later hours of the day, do self-care throughout the rest of the time. So now we're going to move to F3, approval of resolution 2023-2422, reduction of certified employees. Dr. Becchio.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Sims Moten, board members, Superintendent Maldonado. I'll make just some opening comments about the next two items. The comments really apply to both items. Tonight, I want to recognize is a difficult night. I do have staff, Tara Wise and Peak are here tonight who have been working with me over the last couple months just organizing for these board items. For Human Resources, March 15th is usually a very difficult date that we have to manage through in HR because it really is, school districts are bound by Ed Code, which Ed Code specifies very strict timelines, and only really one window a year, and that's March 15th, to make pretty difficult notifications to people around either, for example, tonight it's reduction in force, but it could be non-renew of contracts. But that is the deadline that we have to follow. Ed Code really doesn't allow for any other time period. It used to be with classified, there was a 60-day window that made it quite a bit more targeted, so we didn't have to overnotice like we're having to do now. But that law has changed, and now classified also have a March 15th date. So I want to mention that as well. That added to the complexity of what we were dealing with. I want to also state clearly that, and I speak on behalf of Tara Wise and Ann Peak, myself, and Cabinet, we are bringing this to the board with no intention whatsoever of using it as a scare tactic or to send any ill-intended kind of message to anyone. Instead, we're faced with unique circumstances that were mentioned in Dr. Maldonado's opening remarks, but I wanted to just focus in on a few of those once again. We do have an ending of $60 million of one-time funds, and much of that was used for positions in our district. We also have really important decisions to make around the LCAP process. Those decisions are not written into Ed Code to be by March 15th. So unfortunately, that timeline does not work with the Ed Code that requires us notification by March 15th. So we will be working over the next couple months around important decisions on LCAP and what we spend LCAP money on. We also, I mentioned the change in law with classified employees, so while that's good, it gives advance notice, it does require us to overnotice and have to do the negotiating with CSEA after we've given the initial precautionary notices. We also mentioned the state budget projections not looking good, and that simply can't be ignored regardless of whether we're a basic aid district or not. And then I want to mention again the contract negotiations with both bargaining units. We have exchanged proposals, and the proposals can be predicted to be around $42 million in the end when we get done. That would be the minimum. And so we have all those things converging, which is why I referred to it as kind of a unique circumstance right now. It really is our responsibility to manage and maintain the fiscal and human resources, and to not issue precautionary notices would not be responsible. And then we have to meet these statutory requirements of March 15th and issue the notices in the next couple days prior to March 15th, which is Friday. The way that the action item works is that we have presented to you two resolutions. One is for certificated and one is for classified. This action item for certificated is a resolution that, if passed, then the HR staff will go ahead and move forward and act upon serving notices to the affected employees. Same with the next item, item 4, on the classified reduction in services. With that, I would turn it over to you for any questions.
Thank you for that. Do we have several folks to speak on this item?
Yes. We're going to start with our virtual public commenter if we're ready. Dina Davis.
Hi, I'm here. Do you want to give me a clock?
3 minutes.
Okay. Okay, it's less. Good evening again. I have a senior at Santa Barbara High who has an IEP and an 8th grader at Santa Barbara Middle School. I'm speaking tonight about proposed staff reductions at the district office, which may surprise some. And honestly, I have more questions than strong opinions at this point. Do we know in detail the job requirements of each proposed position on the chopping block? Who will absorb the workload and which students will these cuts impact the most? Do we need a director of communications? I don't know. What I do know is that we need more transparent and honest communication from each other, not less. Can we provide adequate support to all students with IEPs with one less program facilitator? I don't know, but I do know that I would want to hear directly from those who work closest with them to find out what their positions entail. Ed tech services, if this has any connection to speech generating devices used by students who require them to communicate and access their education, then I definitely have questions. And I hope you do as well. Please investigate, ask the important questions, and read between those budget lines for all of us. Thank you. And with my remaining time, I just want to, you all know this, but the IDEA Full Funding Act was introduced in July of 2023 because our IDEA is not fully funded by the federal government. Representative Carbajal is a co-sponsor, so please thank him if you see him. We'll be hopefully visiting his office in DC next week. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move to in-person public commenters, and we're going to start with Ali Angelopoulos, followed by Rebecca Boucher and York Shingle. Okay, thank you. Rebecca Boucher? Okay. York Shingle. Welcome.
Good evening. Please pay us enough to live in the community we serve. I'm here tonight to make sure you associate my face with the reduction in force you're probably going to approve in a few minutes. I found out from the board documents on Friday night that 5 instructional support specialists positions are going to be eliminated. I didn't find out from my boss or the head of ed services. I found out from the board agenda, and I don't know if I'm one of them. When we agree that we need to have respectful dialogue, know that employees don't receive respectful treatment in this district. And I'm tired of trying to force respect with people who don't care enough about me to tell me difficult news to my face. When CSEA layoffs went through 2 weeks ago, my bosses called a huddle before the board docs went live, so classified staff weren't blindsided, but not for us. We got an apology this morning after we already knew and spent all weekend dealing with uncertainty and zero communication from our leaders. That's not compassionate or empathetic, which is how Dr. Maldonado claims we're handling this situation. That's disrespect. This funding issue is a district-created problem, and instead of recognizing that the district should have used one-time funds for staff, should not have used one-time funds for staff, or should have come up with a plan to continue funding those positions, they're acting like this is inevitable and just a hard situation. But it was created by our district leaders, so where are the cuts that affect their positions? The harm you're causing is going to take a lot more than salaries to repair. Words aren't going to do it, actions are. So what are we going to do to repair these relationships so we can move forward together? I have no idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Hosby Galindo, followed by Joel Block.
I'm reading this letter on behalf of a teacher who wishes to be heard but not necessarily seen. School board, superintendent, and cabinet members, after 5 years of cutting enrollment, ending classes, and redefining the role of teachers to that of caregivers, the board will vote on ending a program serving the most vulnerable in our community. by concluding there is no demand. The families of K and TKs who need assistance will no longer have a teacher to support their children's development in early childhood education because it's been determined there's no need, but we know better. 5 teachers' positions will be impacted. These were the teachers who were first to return to teaching in the classroom during COVID in August 2020. These teachers have over 100 years of collective experience serving all day, all year, winter, spring, and summer vacation, supporting scholastics, developing emotional maturity, and nurturing self-esteem. By saving approximately $200,000 in salaries, the opportunity to have a deeper impact, the ability to give more to those who need more, the desire to serve every student, every chance, will be ended for convenience. The priorities of the board should be more than administrative, and its action should be more than performative. Please, I ask the board, show your support for education, show your support for teachers, and most of all, show your support for children, our families, and our community, and save the early childhood program. Thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker for this item is Joel Block. Welcome.
Good evening. I rise in opposition to this resolution and to all the resolutions dealing with reduction in force, and I urge you to vote them down. Earlier, I shared many of the statistical reasons why the arguments by the district of the need for the reduction in force rests on a false narrative. However, I think there is a greater issue. The board, and particularly the district, has a credibility issue because of past statements and actions by the district which have been at best disingenuous and at worst intentionally misleading. Neither teachers nor most of the public believe anything you say. Dr. Becchio just stated that there was no intention to use this resolution as a scare tactic. I don't question his intent. I personally don't believe that he did mean it as a scare tactic, but I think very few people don't think that's why it was done. I also, if you do approve these resolutions, it will only exacerbate the credibility issue you have. Even if the numbers presented by the district pan out to be accurate, which I seriously doubt, most of the teachers in the public will believe that the reduction in force was done to punish teachers for standing and strongly fighting for a salary increase. As an attorney, I know that intent is often an element of liability. However, in this situation, intent is irrelevant. All that matters is the result. While I do not publicly question anybody's intent, and I don't really think anyone has bad intent, I knew that this will have a depressing effect if approved on everybody. This brings me to my next thought. Teacher morale is at an all-time low. Approving this resolution and all of them will only make the problem worse. And I have to say, on a personal note, I'm really tired of hearing how hard it is for district personnel to do those things that harm us. What seems to be hard for the district to do is the right thing and not mislead people. Finally, without having any particular individual in mind, and I don't, I urge each of you to read 2 books, How to Lie with Statistics by Darrell Huff, and Lying, Moral Choice in Public and Private Life by Cicely Bach. Again, I urge you to vote against these resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last public comment.
Okay, thank you. So board members, this is an action item that's been presented in public comment. Open for questions and comments from the board. Ms. Beal.
Okay, I have some questions and comments. So I've had to learn a lot about this process. And so I'll ask you, Dr. Becchio, to correct me if I'm wrong about this, because I am really struggling to understand it.
Can you just make sure this is a little closer to you?
Okay, sorry. That if you can correct me. So my understanding of the situation is these positions are funded by certain funds. And when those funds expire, that these positions are eliminated because the funding has expired. And because of state mandates, there is a deadline in which we have to serve notices that because the funding is expiring, the positions are expiring, this is it for this time period. That is not the same thing as saying that the positions are going away. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is then we can start the process of trying to find funding to keep the positions as we are figuring out the budget over the next 2 to 3 months. But we cannot promise anything right now because we are still formulating the LCAP budget, seeing what sort of state funds. And I guess there's a lot of letters that have come in, and how do you say, well, we're going to say that your position's going away, but we'd like to keep it. I mean, I think that's the ongoing discussion that the board is having. I think that a lot of people are asking us to look deep at how things are funded, what's working, what's not working, and to keep those positions. And I know that the board feels very strongly that the student-facing positions are very important, and we will dig hard and deep to try to retain those. But I feel personally that my hands are tied because here's this mandate that if we don't issue these notices, and if there is some reason why we cannot keep some of these positions, and there will be some positions that will be released. There are temporary workers, there are things that are not working. So this whole notice is issued for everybody, and then the desire is to look at everything and bring back the positions and fund them differently. That's my understanding. It's a difficult place to be, and I know that there's a lot of desire to ask us to say no to, but we don't get to pick and choose. It's kind of the whole slate or nothing. Is that my understanding? Is that correct?
I think that you captured it well. I would say that I'm not sure if, let me just try to repeat what I think I heard you say, is that we would find a place for these positions and then be able to bring them back. I think that is, there will be decisions made about priorities, no doubt, but I don't think we will be able to tell people that every position is coming back. So some of them are one-time funds, the position is going away, and then others may be prioritized in some other funding source and be brought back. So yes, if we don't make these notices, everything stays in the budget.
Okay, so it would seem that if we are looking at the budget, trying to spend money in the best way possible, we do have to make these choices about positions that can stay and positions that cannot stay. That's how I feel about it. So I don't really know how we can reassure people if we don't have the funding in place right now. So I think that's a bit of an issue. I don't know. I mean, these are my thoughts.
The only thing I would add also is that the process. Let me just. I just lost my train of thought, but it was something that was important to tell you. It'll come back to me, so we'll maybe move on. But
Escobedo.
So at the last meeting, we had a discussion, and it was a step before today's meeting. And it was my understanding that anyone who was going to be affected by these notices was going to be informed prior to the board packet coming out and answering questions and providing support. Did we do that with anyone who would receive a notice?
well, so let me go back to my point because I remembered what I was going to say. So there also are positions on here that are on the list because of bumping, and we know that, particularly on the classified side, we know that there's going to be people affected in those classifications. So it's not necessarily a classification that's going away, but it is. We know that by looking at where people have job rights, that if they do fall back, they will fall back into certain positions. So those are also on the classified resolution. So, just based on public comment, it sounds like there was one group that the plan wasn't talked about, but you have to remember that there's some decisions that have not been made about the people that are actually going to be moved or receive notices. And so that could be problematic. So there may be conversations about here's what the program is here's what we're looking at in terms of precautionary measures, but we're not sure who yet. And then it wouldn't necessarily be a conversation with the actual employee that's going to get a layoff notice.
So if I'm hearing you, not necessarily the employee that's going to receive the notice, but someone in that position to say, here's how this process is going to play out if you see your position on the board agenda. Yeah. Okay.
And I'm just going to jump in and say there was a group that was not told on Friday, like we had planned, and that is being taken care of.
Okay. And so now, make mistakes, but now moving forward, we have March 15th, where there's going to be notices actually issued. What is the process between March 15th and May 15th in terms of ongoing support and informing folks about this process and how are we going to, it's going to be a time of anxiety for folks. Mm-hmm. What are we going to do to support them?
Yeah, so what happens so in the next 3 days we issue notices, and then we also continue to negotiate with CSEA around the movements that are going to be made. There's also going to be requests for hearings, we anticipate, which will be an opportunity for employees to make their case about either their placement on the seniority list or a skip criteria. Those kind of topics come up. And so after March 15th, those things happen, negotiations continue. We look at certain people that have layoff notices that might fit into an open position, and we can make a side agreement with CSEA on that to keep the employee, but they're just in a different position. So all that happens, that negotiating happens after March 15th. And obviously the most important part is as we rescind these, we do it as soon as possible because we want our employees to stay with us.
So what I'm hearing is as we get new information, right? There's a process that plays out. We talked about the complexity of the bumping process for CSEA, our classified staff. And there's also going to be some similar complexities to our certificated staff. As we get new information, we're sharing it with these folks that are affected, is what I'm hearing.
Yes. And, we're going to need to, the LCAP process is an interesting one, and I think we're going to need to make some determinations or predictions about LCAP to try to help keep people that are funded out of LCAP that got layoff notices. So we have to figure that space out as well. And so, yeah, it'll be work over the next couple months in negotiating through all the different decisions, but rescinding those notices as soon as we can.
Okay. And so I just want to express my support to Dr. Maldonado and our team to say in every way possible, showing that support, offering supports for the employees that are affected, because it is a time of uncertainty. We don't have answers right now. As we get information, we need to be sharing it and making sure that they get that information. And that includes supports, mental health supports, whatever we can connect them to in terms of services, because this is not going to be an easy time. It's not easy for us either, and I know this in our conversations, but we have a responsibility to offer what support we can and what information we have readily available when we do have answers. And I know this is complicated. I know it's difficult for you to answer some of these questions right now. But this is the start of that 2-month sprint of trying to figure out some of the answers to these questions. So I want us to operate from a place of compassion and support for our employees. And maybe sometimes that's just checking in to see what questions there are. And even if we don't have the answers then, keeping those in mind so that when we do have the answers, we follow up with those folks is something that I want us to continue a conversation between, at least I have an interest in, of checking in every so often, even between board meetings, to just get an update on how we're supporting those folks. So I just want to express that.
Additional comments, questions? Ms. Munoz?
Now, I'm trying to formulate, my thoughts better, but we certainly, even though, the perception is that, how do I say the perception is that positions can be eliminated and that we don't care, I feel. We are trying to make the most of what we can, and within the budget, that we're able to, and certainly realizing that these are, folks who depend on their income to try to make it, or, and support their families, support themselves, maybe caregivers of a parent and so forth. But just, that we'll do the best we can in the couple months that we have to, figure this out. And that it is keeping us up at night too, that, we realize, like the employees that have been with us 5 years, that's 5 years that they've been every day there for our students, for our district, keeping the meals going, keeping the schools running, keeping them, clean, and just, there's just so much to it. But even if it's going to be, I know it's going to be difficult, but, as Mr. Escobedo was saying, we just want to help in any way we can, also just outside of our role here. Just realizing it's going to be a very difficult time.
Mr. Escobedo?
It's one thing to see, that we get, that we had one-time funds, to see that on paper, but to see someone's paycheck is just something else, totally different. And how are they going to make it? It's hard enough to make it, anyhow, with our economy and such. But just, I guess that's the best way I can put it.
Mr. Escobedo?
Yeah, and in expressing my thoughts, I left off one of my questions. So last meeting we talked a lot about classified bumping. What happens on the certificated side?
So certificated side, it's same. It's based on seniority, and there'll be, the least senior in the certain credential area would get notice, depending on how many positions we have available. We base the notices on, we might have 5 open positions, but there's 6 over here that have been eliminated. We only need to serve 1 notice because we know we have the positions to fall back on. So we have to do that, but we have to do it based on seniority.
So very similar to
Yep.
the bumping okay, thank you.
It's not quite as, there's just not as many classifications.
Mm-hmm.
It's really by credential, and they're all really one classification, which is teacher. So it's not as complicated as the classified of what I explained to you on that process.
Right, thank you.
Additional comments?
I-
Yes, Mr. Banning.
I just want to say that there's no good answer here. There's 2 answers here. One is for the board to approve these resolutions and work through the time period of determining how many of them actually have to change from precautionary to formal by May. The other choice is to say, we're done right now, we're not going to approve them, and at that point, we're locked in. We have no flexibility to do anything other than have every position that's there, and we can't fix anything. And that will have greater impact on negotiations and all of those pieces. I don't want to be the one to do this. I don't think anybody's going to be the one to want to be the one to do this. But if when we're ready, I will make a motion to do this, not because I believe it's the best possible thing, but because we have to at this point. Our responsibility in maintaining the fiscal health and security of the district demands it.
Thank you. Very rarely that I don't have words to express And I'm just in that moment right now. Just don't have the adequate words to express, because it feels like anything else feels like being pacifying or placating, and that's certainly not it. And to say that things are difficult and to say they are challenging, I get that, but we've heard that, right? And so I'm just, where do we start? Things that we have to do, that's not always things we like to do. And so as I look at these resolutions, because I'm looking at it, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm looking at the resolution that's before us, because we still have time. We've got between now and look at all the various things that's going to come up to change some of this information before us. So is the resolution that are before us tonight, is it more procedural and notification? Because it's not final. It's not making a final decision with approval of the resolutions, right? It's a start of the process.
That's correct. The obligation is for the board to consider the resolution and approve it, which then sets in motion our ability to issue precautionary reduction in force notices, which then will allow us to figure the answers out that you were alluding to regarding budget and positions that stay, and then by before May 15th, there has to be final notices. However, there will be notices rescinded as we start either making these decisions and we know they're going to happen, or the bumping happens and we know where people are going to land. That'll happen starting after the 15th through May 14th. So the final decision is the mid-May notices.
So again, I just want to iterate, we're just starting the process with the approval or the request for approval of the starting of the process, and which is a very difficult process to all the points that have been made here on the board. The other question that I have is, are any of the positions that are here, because it would easily to say these are positions that we look at, but there are people, so there are people there, they're not separate from another, right? But are there any positions on here that you're suggesting, are they like vacant, or are they all filled with?
Yes, there would be vacant positions on here that we're not going to fill, so we're doing a reduction in force on the position.
That's an important piece to know. But by doing that, as we're thinking this through, could those vacancies be filled by positions that's going away? I'm just trying to think everywhere.
They could, but they could, and we will be negotiating those kind of decisions with CSEA.
Okay.
But for example, in my department, there's a vacant position. We're eliminating it as a position that we're funding. So no one would really, because of this notice, no one would really bump back into that position. There's others that, if they're vacant positions, like you heard, there are some vacant positions in the district. We're going to work with CSEA on seeing if people can fill into those. Some of the bilingual paraeducator positions are ones that we never filled, and the proposal here is we're taking them off the books, so we're eliminating those positions, but they had never really been filled.
So that's an important piece that I think is missing, because if you just look at it from taking it at face value, none of this that we're having, we're talking dialoguing right here, has been really communicated out. And I know there's a lot, communication is going back and forth, but this is a important piece to know that, you look at all the positions that's being, eliminated, but you say we've never filled them. But that's a piece that's so important to expand. If they're funded positions, if they're funded or unfunded, what are we doing with those as a part of this process? So along with the fact that we are talking about procedurally to approve the two resolutions, we've got to be even more detailed what that looks like. Because it feels like there's a little bit missing here. I mean, and maybe maybe that conversation happens in the process later on as you're negotiating, but that's a piece that needs to be communicated out a little bit more readily, right? And I think we can start with some of the comments that have come, and they've come tonight. They've come over a period of time of the lack of trust and transparency. I don't think it's an intended thing, but I think just like we're talking about today, we could start tonight by fixing some of that, by clearly articulating what's going to be happening in there, what maybe someone may assume is happening, but really if we talk about it a little bit more, there'll be clarity on what's happening. So that with anything, clarity does a whole lot. Everybody's anxious, but when you get clarity on some things, you can kind of think a little bit more clearly, So I say that to say, as we start tonight, the person came and said they weren't notified. That can't happen. It simply can't happen. We've got to figure it out. That's not to say anyone did it on purpose, but we got to figure that out so that those things don't happen and it doesn't keeps increasing the anxiety and the mistrust and going forward. That's really important that we think about that. So that's why I was struggling with my words, what to say and how difficult it is. And it's just difficult us making a decision, but difficult on the side of that's my livelihood. That's what am I going to do, right? So, and we know this is a part of what happens, but the way we relate to each other can help through that process and support each other to the point of Mr. Escobedo has said how important we've got to support it all the way through. I know we talked about doing that. We have to do it. And I think more communication, like we had to over notify, I think you said, because of we have to over communicate starting tonight with this process of what all these questions that are being assessed to start tonight. So what is the memo going to look like tomorrow? Who are we going to talk to tomorrow? So it's very clear what our next steps are. You don't always have to like what's being said, but at least you know what's being said. Because again, the clarity will start to build some of the trust. Again, you don't have to like it, but if it's clear, you can understand it. It can help you through some things. And I say that from all of us. I say that from the board level of how we communicate what we're trying to say here and not trying to put it like, well, we've got a difficult decision. We do, but we all do. This is like a family budget, and we've got to make some decisions to get us to where we're coming somewhat back in the center. Did someone laugh? Was that funny? Thank you. So to Mr. Banning's point, we got it. There's a business side that we've got to do, but that, how do we do that? How do we start tonight? We're communicating, being very mindful, over communicating, and always sharing what are those next steps. So I'm sure along with the board, we want to know what memo is going out. Dr. Maldonado, really clearly, what's next? What are the next steps and who's going to be involved? What's the timeline on that? So that we're clear and everybody's in step along the way. So how we get there. So those are my comments, and I've taken into consideration all the comments that have been heard, and we hear every comment. We do look at that, but I don't want the fact that we say that we hear it to fall hollow and feeling like it's without feeling, because that isn't the intent there. So the action is before us, board members. So unless there's any additional, I don't hear any public comment we've heard. So the action is before us. May have a motion one way or the other. Yes.
I would like to comment that we will make a commitment to provide regular updates to all staff, even if they're not impacted, even if they're not on their list, so that it's completely transparent. We did provide a letter to everyone ahead of this, I want to say 2 Fridays ago, Ed, with a list of resources, of supports. I believe I sent a copy to the board with that communication, and we'll continue to provide that. There was a misstep in one of our units, and I will make sure that we talk about that, and I'll be happy to meet with those employees myself if I need to. And it is a difficult choice for us to make, balancing everything that we have, that we are fiscally responsible for as well. But we're definitely very well aware of the human aspect of this work. So thank you for your guidance.
So with that, Board, we do have an action before us. May I have a motion?
I move to approve Resolution 2023-24-22, reduction of certificated employees due to reduction in particular kinds of service.
Second.
Okay, so we now have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That will move us to F4, which you really,
F4 is the resolution for classified, and so I'll open it back to the board or for public comment.
you have public comment on this item? Okay.
Thank you. We have public commenters. We will start with Eder Herrera, followed by Ken Rivas, followed by Manuel Gomez. Welcome.
Good evening, members of the board, cabinet, and superintendent. My name is Eder Herrera. I'm a first-generation immigrant and dreamer. My role at the district is an IT support specialist 1. The sites I support are La Colina Junior High, Adams Elementary, La Cuesta High, Alta Vista Quetzal, and Alta Vista Middle College, all adding up to 2,000 students and 200 staff members with devices. I grew up in this town. I went to all the local schools, Franklin, Santa Barbara Junior High, and was at La Cuesta for a short period of time and graduated from San Marcos High School, where I excelled as a student and played sports, where my son goes to school, excels as a student, and also plays sports. I married my high school sweetheart, who I met attending Santa Barbara High, and we have 2 great kids who attend local schools. My goal at the district was to find stability that wasn't offered anywhere else, starting with working as a Florida custodian for my first 2 years, having the opportunity to advance as a lead custodian, and it wasn't until I had the chance to come to ETS where I feel like I could truly grow and make a difference in the education of these young students and scholars. Most of them look like me and see careers in the field of tech. It is devastating to me that I may lose my job to provide the basic necessities for my family and uproot them from a place they were born and raised. Also, I just want to add that I feel proud of working with people that were my teachers and considering them fellow co-workers. That's it.
Thank you. Ken Rivas.
Good evening, Dr. Maldonado, administration, district administration over here, and board members. So I've been around the district since, I joined, I got hired around the 93, 94 years. So I've been around some time and then took a leave, went and did something else and came back. So I've been through this whole process before, and I've seen how there was some change where people were able to, the districts were able to bring back positions. So I get the whole precautionary thing. So I truly get that, and I know that it's well, there's so many variables and unknowns at this time with the budget and how everything's going to be funded. I know through attrition that, and I'm pretty optimistic that we are going to bring back some jobs because there will be some vacancies, there'll be retirements, and there'll be jobs that still need to be filled, and that we can move some people around and keep people employed. And so, again, I'm very optimistic about that. So I know that the district's in a place where that they have to make this decision because, again, we have negotiations on salary, wages, and but we still want to keep the folks that we have. But I'm concerned too about everyone in the classified unit and so forth. And I'm not going to point fingers about anybody that should be. We don't need this person or that person. I think we need everybody. And but I think we can look at our spending. How that spending happens and stuff. But what I want to get to real quick is that we do have folks in our classified unit that have a direct service to the students. They directly provide a service to the students, like our IT guys who are helping the kids with their iPads and so forth, and like all their electronic stuff. And even with the teachers, they help the teachers figure out some of this electronic stuff. And I'm not computer savvy myself, so every now and then I go to them. But they help our students, and so just as our paraeducators and our assistants in the office, our office assistants, and so with that, I don't have any illusion that that you cannot stop what needs to be done here. You have to take a position on it, and then we have to figure it all out. And I just hope that you support finding and replacing people and keeping them employed. So I just hope we have your support on that, and I'll work with the district on all that. One thing that I'm concerned about, and I don't have this conversation with any of the students I work with, because I work with I have a caseload of over 50 students. And one of them that I thought that was not even paying attention to, I hope they all pay attention to when I speak to them in groups or one-on-one. And one of them that really surprised me, because I gave them my business card. It has the email and the school number, and they text me that he wanted to know, are they going to stop funding the program? So I'm like, wow, he's not only listening to me, but he's listening to what's going on. I mean, in the bigger picture. And so that's good. But at the same time, we hope we can keep funding the jobs that really support these students, but all the others. I don't want to place one over the other. I don't want to value one over the other.
Thank you.
But thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, shoot.
Next, we have Manuel Gomez, followed by Kat Ross. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone.
What's that? Oh, sorry about that. I misread.
My name is Manuel Gomez. I work with Educational Technology Services. I moved to Santa Barbara with my family in hopes for a better opportunity for my children. I was blessed to begin my career as a help desk technician. I recently was promoted to a support specialist 1. I support students directly in various school sites from Roosevelt to Cleveland. Throughout my time here, I built a community with the teachers, staff, parents, and students. The last month, it has been, excuse me, it has been stressful during this time, not knowing what's going to happen. As a parent and as a staff of Santa Barbara Unified, this situation has contributed to sleepless nights, additional stress, and anxiety. I have built great rapport with that I will miss dearly, most importantly with the rapport that I have built with students and their education. I believe that all the positions from help desk to our director are vital to our department to continue operating smoothly, efficiently, and most importantly, to continue the great services that we provide, not only to our staff members, but to our students. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you. It's the last public comment for this item.
Okay, thank you. Board members, comments or questions? Any additional comments or questions? We kind of talked it through. Hearing no additional comments or questions, the motion is before us. May I have a motion?
I'll move to approve Resolution 2023-24-23, reduction of classified services.
I second the motion.
Motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. You're still up there, Dr. Vecchio, for our next item, F5, actually.
Yes, thank you. This is the Human Resources recommendations for this board meeting. These are the actions over the past couple weeks. I wanted to point out, before I turn this over to you, that just a couple of highlights. Fred Razzo, the certificated management appointment that happened at closed session last board meeting is now coming before you on the HR list. I also want to congratulate for retirements Gene McKnight at Franklin Elementary School and Antonio Rodriguez, warehouse worker, for their upcoming retirement. Gene McKnight, 17 plus years, and Antonio, 12 plus years. And then wanted to also congratulate Maritza Katzali, who is getting a promotion to Para 2. And then also for language premium pay, Renee Garcia Gonzalez, Juanita Lopez, and Gustavo Montes Chavez. And also Anthony Ramos, a premium pay for a bachelor's degree. So congratulations to them. And with that, I will turn the HR list over to the board for your consideration.
I don't think I see any request to speak. Is there a request to speak? Oh, okay. Okay, then he just stepped up. We'll make sure. So if you speak, please step to the podium. And Mr. Galindo.
On this item, there's
Okay,
Cat
whichever
Ross
order you want to come.
and Hospi, right?
Okay.
So I think I've followed along in that I've read the reasoning, right, behind the notices, and it's that our one-time funding is ending, right? And so I'm looking at the funding list on the certificated temporary assignments ending, and I'm noticing that a lot of them are general funded. And so I'm feeling confused by that, and maybe there could just be some questions asked and answered, outside of me asking this, so that we can have more clarity about that. Because there's like a disconnect, I think, right, between saying it's this one thing, but then when you're looking at the list and saying like general fund, ESSER, and you're like, oh, there's one, and then general fund, SPED, LCAP, and then ESSER, and then general fund, you know what I mean? Like there's a disconnect there. And then in talking to teachers, they're saying, oh, my position isn't ending, it's just going to be funded by one-time funds now. But right now it's funded by the general fund. And I'm pretty sure we just found out from Kim that that would be inappropriate, right? We couldn't do that. So the communication that staff is getting is that their positions will continue with the new one-time funding we're getting that says that you can't do that. And so that feels very confusing also. So I think we're getting a lot of information that feels unclear, and we'd love more clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Hospi Galindo.
Thank you, everybody. I'm just going to start saying, when you guys are offering support and services for teachers that are going to get notices, the support and that they need is a job. When I hear that Mr. Escobedo say that, Kim's report today was simple and easy to understand, I'd ask you guys to dig deeper. As we actually dig through the 170 pages that come in that report, we see a lot of areas and the way that you guys are budgeting, that budgets are highly inflated. There's money there. And I also have something else to say there. In this month's personnel action, there is a lot of hurt. All these services you plan to cut have direct impact on students and their schools. Yet I want to talk about one in particular. It is recommended that you cut 8 temporary counselors in addition to the 2.2 counselors you have been asked to cut through reduction in force. You may see that as 10 positions. I see that in terms of dreams lost. Some weeks ago, the community group Future Leaders of America held a community forum in Sovang to talk about access to college to historically disadvantaged students. They had a chart showing counselors to student ratios at Santa Barbara County high schools, and Santa Barbara Unified had the worst ratio in the county. Sounds like you're about to make it worse. I don't know how many students are going to lose the opportunity to graduate and or go to college because you are cutting their counselor support. Yet I know it will be too many, and I know it will fall disproportionately on the most needy, on those students who have been historically shortchanged by public education and who are that you are shortchanging today. Also, when we're talking about transparency, it's so important. I saw a list for classified, a seniority list go out. You put it in the, you made it public. Certificated did not get that. People are reaching out to me to tell them how it works and where they stand. That really should have been explained clearly to everybody. This is a very difficult situation. Yes, it's hurting a lot of people. And yes, we need a lot more transparency and better communication from all of you. You are our leaders. We look to you to do better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional comments or questions from the board? Hearing none, action before us. May I have a motion for F?
Are we able
Are you
to,
asking for that?
Yeah, are we able to speak to the fact that some of the temporary assignments are general funded?
Sure. So temporary assignments are, all temporary employees are given a notice that their position is temporary. And they are given notice also that their position is ending. And so what will happen is, as soon as we see how everything falls out, and let's say we have a vacant counselor position in the end, then we will consult with the principal that has that opening and see if they want to employ that temporary person back, and we will offer that person back that job before we open it for hire. So that's how we deal with temporary positions in our district.
So it's a practice to fund temporary positions through the general fund, is what I'm hearing.
Well, temporary positions are, if someone's a temp and they're filling a leave of absence, for example, we have to release them so that the person, if they come back, sometimes we won't know if they're going to or not, but if they come back, they have a spot to fall back into. If they don't come back from a leave of absence, then we have the option to offer that person that position, and then they'd become a probationary employee into that position, or not offer it to that person if we felt like that we wanted to go out to hire.
There are similarities between that and what I hear that we do for paraeducators, right? We have the temp service, and then if we have an open position, we can offer it to...
From the contracts?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
don't think I'm clear. I don't know that that got to the question that was asked because it was general fund. So I think the comment, just to summarize that, it's been one-time funds. We've said because of one-time funds, but yet the positions that are listed are saying they're funded by general fund. Did we clear that up?
Right, so when you asked that question, my response was if the person is filling a leave of absence, it would be a general fund position. And we have to notice them for their end of assignment and then see if the person comes back. And then if we want to rehire that person, we can do that before offering out to hire. Of course, we have to place anyone we owe a position to has to be considered first. And any transfers that we want to do, and then once we have a true open position, we could rehire that temp.
I'm going to try to see if I can. And John, you'll correct me if I say it wrong.
Okay.
The investments in ESSER funds were largely classified. And there were other positions that we've, as John said, for leaves or others that are general funded. Through the bumping process, there are positions that may have been in the general fund that are bumped out because the person that was ESSER funded has rights to return to that general funded position. So it's not a super clean one-to-one match. The bumping process can result in someone that's completely separately funded to be let go. So that's part of it. The other part is you did ask me to look at administration positions and other district office positions, and that's some of the positions that are on here tonight as well.
Thank you. So with that, board members, this is again for a motion. May I have a motion? For F5.
I move to approve the F5, the human resources recommendations.
Second the motion.
Okay, been motion and second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Becchio. Okay, we will now move to our next item. F6, approval of contract for Bright Morning Consulting, Coaching for Equity Professional Learning.
Good evening, Board President, Superintendent Maldonado, board members. I'm here to ask that you approve the contract for Bright Morning. The Coaching for Equity contract is brought to you because it's tied directly to our district compliance improvement monitoring plan. That's our SIM plan, and that plan was developed during the fall of 2023, and it was signed by our board president on October 10th of 2023. This plan is required by California Department of Education because the district has a disproportionate amount of Hispanic students, Hispanic Latino students identified for special education under the specific learning disability. The funding for this plan is 15% of the federal special education dollars that is required to be set aside and then spent by 2025. The SIM plan has delineated specific actions that is to be funded, and this contract is one of them. So we have identified specific actions that we will take within the plan, and if we make changes, then we'd have to write to the state of California to request to make changes. We are asking specifically for this particular contract, Coaching for Equity, really to help support our adults, coaching other adults in dealing with difficult conversations such as equity. There is an equity issue right now because we're looking at the data that shows us that we have this disproportionate number of our Latino students being identified to having a special learning disability. And then this contract was brought to us by teachers requesting that support to help them support their colleagues in developing and working with them as they work with other teachers within the classroom. So we're developing a model of coaches for coaching other teachers.
Thank you for that. Do we have any requests to speak? I'm going to request board members. Ms. Beal? Sure.
So I was looking at this contract, and so I decided to go on the Bright Mornings website because Coaching for Equity didn't translate in my brain into something that I understood. Um, and so what I'm trying to reconcile, this seems like a fairly big dollar amount, obviously. And what I was trying to understand, and I'm still trying to understand, is I understand what you're saying about the fact that there's this funding and that there's inequities in these students who have special education needs and also the ethnicity. But when I was listening to the podcasts and the presentation from this particular company, so I'm not opposed to professional learning. I'm not opposed to trying to do what we can to coach our educators on how to manage students with special needs. But I couldn't quite connect this to that plan, because if you listen to the podcasts and you listen to what this company is about, they start off with the discussion that in certain states in the United States, that because of all the discussion about critical race theory, and that it's very difficult to have conversations about equity. So I think equity is a big word, and there's equity in the sense that we want to provide a good education for all students, no matter what their needs are. And then there's the idea of equity that we want to treat people as equals socially. And the disconnect in my mind is I thought the teaching from this program wasn't necessarily addressing what you just mentioned. Maybe I'm missing something big. And so I really felt that it didn't seem like the right match. And so I would personally, it just doesn't feel like the right match. So I feel like I understand that there's funding and I understand it needs to be spent and we have till 2025, but I'm not quite sure this is going to hit that target. That's my thought.
So I've personally taken our principals through the book Coaching for Equity. And so we're talking about adults working with other adults. And so we are training our coaches how to work with other adults, not specifically in the classroom per se, but they're going to be observing these other adults and then having conversation in regards to how they're acting and interacting with students. And so within the book Coaching for Equity, let's say the first chapter of that book, it takes you through an example of an actual coach interacting with a teacher that is having difficulty that is evident by that coach in dealing with and interacting with her students of color. And it takes you throughout this series of how she interacted initially as a teacher that works with other teachers, but how she learned through Coaching with Equity, how to interact with her for that teacher to see their own errors and mistakes and then guide them through a process where they can support the students. And so it's more than just the critical race theory. It's identifying where there are spaces and places in which our staff may be interacting with students in a particular way, and then having those critical conversations that won't break down based on emotion. And then we'll be able to support that teacher so that they could then be an effective resource within that class. So we're actually taking these adults and teaching them how to work with other adults. And it's all wrapped around dealing with these difficult conversations. And so when we say race, right now, looking at the disproportionality of how students are just being identified, some people might not have that vision initially to see that they're over-identifying these students. So we really want to work with our multi-tier systems of support coaches, our MTSSs, our literacy coaches, and then those schools specifically identified as being disproportionate so that they can have those skills to be able to interact and work with our students. And this is one strategy of a few other things that we have within the plan.
So have the principals or the coaches identified these conversations as being an issue in terms of coaching other teachers?
So we have identified a UDL teacher on special assignment. And so she is beginning to work with our MTSS TOSAs as well as our literacy coaches. And in an effort to prepare for this, she did send out a survey saying, how do you feel about this? What do you think? Is this something you need? And that initial feedback right now is, thank you so much. This is something I really need. We've been asking for this for years on that specific training on how to coach others. And so it's really teaching our adults to work with other adults and then have that equity lens. So that feedback that is very recent has come back. They're asking for this because they're saying they've never been provided the opportunity to do it. And that's teachers requesting this to work.
Okay, well, that's what I needed. I needed the dots to be connected for me. Thank you.
Mr. Escobedo.
Yeah, and I want to follow up a little bit on that in saying we saw the data in the racial climate assessment, right? And how students felt like they were being treated. And I think some of it, excuse me, we're seeing in the data too on how students are being identified. And it does cross my mind when I look at test results and we consistently see students of color at not meeting the criteria. And not to say that this is in all cases, but I think part of it might actually be this implicit bias in the classroom. And I think that what this offers, and this company, I looked at their website too, and I looked at some of the podcasts and such. It sounds like they have a wide variety of workshops and things and supports that they offer. And this is just one, and the one that we need, because to do the equity work and to have these conversations, it's about building capacity, and it takes people with specialized skills to work with the people who are going to be doing the coaching and the training and those sorts of things. So when I look at this, it's very natural for me to connect the dots. Just in the last, little over a year, much of what we've talked about is this equity piece. And I remember one of the first pieces of feedback that we got from teachers when we were asking them to do this work is, we don't know where to start. We don't know how to have these conversations. We want to do something, but we don't know what to do or how to do it. And sometimes it was us doing the work and making mistakes and learning from those mistakes. But this piece is the piece that we asked for on the front end of building capacity. And so that's what I see here, is that this is, yes, about universal design, and also trying to get at the root of over-identifying our Latino kids in special ed. It's also about having the conversations that we really need to have in our classrooms and amongst each other. And it's about calling each other in when we maybe intended for something different, but the impact was there. And I can tell you, our students, they are very perceptive. And there are a lot of student groups and organizations that serve students out in the community, and particularly underserved students, students of color, systems impacted students, where they have plenty of stories about talking about these experiences in schools. And I listen to those stories, and I listen to the hurt that it causes the kids. I also don't always think it's intentional. And that's why we need those folks there to call them in and do that work. But you have to approach it in the right way, because, and I've learned this being in student affairs, is if you are punitive and it's not a learning opportunity, you sometimes shut those people out of that conversation forever, maybe, or it makes it that much harder to have those conversations. So for me personally, I see a lot of value in something like this. I hear the folks earlier who said, this is $53,000. What does that compare for an FTE? Don't we have that expertise here? And I would say, looking at the racial climate survey, we need some outside help. And I think that's in my personal experience, sometimes in Santa Barbara, we like to say, why can't we find someone here in the Santa Barbara community? Sometimes we do need other folks with other perspectives and experience and skill sets. And I think that's what we're trying to get at here. And My hope is that as an MTSS district, we're also collecting data to measure how effective this is, and was it a worthwhile investment, and is it worth the future investment if this is something that we want to do, and if not, let's find another resource.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
And I would just add on to that, I agree, and even to the questions, and so I'm glad that we're able to clarify that, because oftentimes those questions aren't asked, and it really goes to the intent of using the data from the racial climate survey to move us forward, to call us in, to bring it, really put it right in front of what we're going to do. And the fact that teachers are asking for that, because we've had some training about, implicit bias some time ago, and you wouldn't think that people forgot that. They may have gone, but I think this is also the opportunity to integrate it into our system, right? So that it becomes train the trainer type of thing. We already have that. And so come and go as people do, and things happen. We have it within our system. And so I think to those conversations, that equity also says access to things, access to thoughts and processes. That creates equity, because equal, you're not going to always be equal, only have the equal sign, right? But the equity, when we look at it through that lens, that gives and acknowledges the differences, and how do we level up, if you will. So I think this is that opportunity to do that. I think these are dollars well spent, because I can see the long-term benefit, and to the fact that we are building it within our institutional. It becomes institutionalized, which is what we were called in to read in our climate survey, but what has been institutionalized. And so with this type of work, and we have teachers, because we've also want to be mindful what teachers think. How are they going to be included in that? And I hear that saying that they asked for this and they've kind of gone for that. So we want to see what the data is saying to us, and hope it's reaching that goal that they want to see in it as well. So I'm ready to support it as well, and appreciate the work and the presentation and the intentionality behind it, because it's so easy to going to say, yeah, we're kind of addressing it, but we know it comes back around if we don't fully acknowledge it with intention.
Thank you. And we'll make sure we share that implementation data and how the process is moving.
Yeah. And if it would be possible to maybe have some teachers come back and maybe talk to us here.
Absolutely.
It'd be great. Okay, board members, with that, need a motion for approval, or?
I will make the motion once I can read the motion.
Yeah.
I move to approve the contract between Santa Barbara Unified and Bright Morning Consulting for coaching for equity professional learning for our MTSS TOSAs, elementary language and literacy coaches, and instructional support specialists.
A second.
Okay, been motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Right. Well, thank you, Dr.
Thank
Sheffield.
you.
Okay. And board members, due to the lateness of the hour, almost to the next morning, I'm proposing that we move from the superintendent, G1 to our April 9th meeting. Is that good? We do not want to be here for another day in this position. All right, with that, you can look at the coming events. Is there anything we need to highlight on the coming events specific? But you can also look at it, and then obviously future agenda items. And then with that, we can look at it. I think we're spring break and board
So we
holiday.
do have the parent conferences happening. We
Okay.
want to thank our elementary school teachers for that work. Spring break, March 25th to 29th. March 29th is a board holiday.
Okay.
And then for future agenda items, we will be bringing you the school safety plans, some other information on future curriculum adoptions, ETS annual technology purchase, and then of course we have our board retreat April 27th.
Yes. Okay, with that, let's officially adjourn this meeting before tomorrow morning. We're done. Thank you. Thank you for your work. Thank you.